So, right, as you can see, this is our certified cabin test station. What will happen now today? The day one, what we cover, technically for this versus CCTV will be split into 3 sections. As you can see, this is section number 1, corporate certification, but we will cover by today, for the whole day. Then tier 2 and tier 1 and tier 2 on fiber, the one will be covered for tomorrow, the whole day as well. Right. So I believe this link they are more on the UTP cables for copper. Are you guys involved with the fiber? Not yet. Coming. So for the fiber itself, tomorrow we go through one by one. Right. So the objective for this training is actually to give you how I'm going to set up the machines, then how I'm going to troubleshoot the cables if you do have any problem, then at the end of the day, in order to print out the test report. So may I know from your side, how many of you familiar with the tester? You guys familiar with the tester before? Yeah, and this is who was the first time to see this kind of tester? Raise your hand. First time see this kind of tester? First time use, first time use, huh? So similar as well, huh? Right. Then, so this one, as I mentioned, okay, so today what we cover is our basic introduction and common setting. Then we do have here is a copper test limit and standard. Because the different cable, they do have what? Different frequency and also different configurations. Right? Then configure two-step test, making a measurement. So that one we involve with the test parameter. Then after that, maybe we cover around this one, what we call it is a DSX diagnostic. Then patch code certification, Allen crosstalk tone generator, and also the last one is a link web PC software. So in order to generate the report, we also have 2 different ways. One is a standalone for the PC, we call it the link web PC software. And another one, the one is mostly on the cloud. So I'm not sure either this link already registered with the cloud to get the reports. Yes, so you can combine all your testers into one system. Yeah, right. So for this portion tomorrow that we cover is a basic fiber theory. How are we going to configure the fiber test setup? Because under the fiber we can play around with the custom test limit. What is the different 1, 2, 3 jumper? How are we going to do inspection for the fiber? Then how are we going to set up the testing, run the test, testing the MPO, then we are going to run on single mode testing. Now because for fiber they only have 2 types, single mode and also multi mode. They have only 2 types, right? Then for the tomorrow, what we are planning after lunch, maybe we cover some on OTDR. So technically OTDR, they're most likely going to troubleshoot the fiber. So let's say the cables break in the middle, we would like to pinpoint the exact location. Because when we talk about fiber, they are talking about kilometers. Let's say we lay cables around 10 kilometers, 16 kilometers, even 100 kilometers. So we would like to know where is the 14 location. So we have to use the OTDR. Yeah, right. So under this portion, when we do for the fiber, so they come together with composition. They have 4 different types. Then how, in order to run the test for the fiber OTDR. Then the last here is a link live cloud. So which is that show you in order how to set up in order to generate the report in the live cloud. Right. So any questions so far? If you do have any question, feel free to ask. Yeah? Right. So now we go through with the basic introduction first. Right. As you can see on your table, we do have here is a main, remote, channel editor and so command link. Okay. So technically the one with the screen, because one we is a basic mainframe. Right. Then this one we call it as a remote. Without screen is a remote. Then behind this one we call it a module. So we can remove this one. So tomorrow we are looking for fiber, just log in the fiber module inside. Yeah. So in order to test for the UTP cable, they do have their accessories. As you can see on the table, the one with the link cable here, this one we call it as a permanent link adapters. So they do have permanent adapters. Then let's say I would like to test on the RJ45 cables. We do have here is a channel adapters. Right, so the channel adapter itself, for example, DSX 5000 able to support up to Cat 7, or we call it as a, you can see 6A. So the maximum capability to run test to these certain levels. May I know, Angeline, what they got, the tester, what type? 8,000 or 5,000?
8,000.
8,000. So the 8,000 the capability able to test up to Cat 8 cables. So they do have a different level of cabling and also different of frequency. Right. Then for this portion under this language, okay, I need to turn on the machine. No worries, you can play around. No masalah. Okay, so please turn on the machine. You may share. You may turn on the machine. Okay, so what will come up for you is a calibration. I need to click the OK first. Because this is the demo set, which is we are unable to do calibrations. Alright? If your missions come up with this one, they will ask you to do the calibrations. Right? Okay, so everybody turn on the missions? Yes. Right, so as you can see, that one we call it as a home screen there. Right, so under DSX here is a home screen. Under this portion, I need you to click on this one, press on the home button on your tester. Alright, so they will go back to your home screen there. Okay, so from the home screen, I need you to go to the tools. Okay, please click on the tools. Yeah. So this one, I need you to scroll down. Alright, so scroll down first. Then, whenever you scroll down, you can find language. Right, I need you to click on the language here. Then it will list down for you some sort of language as well. So for this model, actually in Malaysia, we are using the AP set, which is for example Asia Pacific set. Technically, they only have 4 languages: English, they do have a Mandarin, Korean, also Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. Scroll down. Like today, we do for the copper. I believe the tables A and table B we do have here is 6 units. 3 is a base unit, and another 3 is a remote, together with the accessories. Right. So during the trainings, we will have to do some hands-on. So I need you to please compare and click all your followings. So from there, we are able to set up the test machine. Then at the same time, we have to know, okay, now for example, I would like to test this kind of cable. Which test TV and cable type should I pick? So we go through one by one. Yeah? Right. So before we start, I need to share with you guys the version that looks you are receiving is version 3.3 January 2024. This is the latest module that we will have. So technically the slide and also your training material is the same. Yeah? Right. So during the progress, if you do have any question, feel free to ask. So from there we move on the discussion as well. Right. So, right, as you can see, this is our certified cabin test section. What we have now today, the day one, what we cover, technically for this specific CCT, we split into 3 sections. As you can see, this is section number 1, proper certification, but we cover by the way, the whole day. Then, tier 2, tier 1, and tier 2, fiber, the one we will cover for tomorrow, the whole day as well. Right. So I believe this thing they are more on the UTP cables for copper. Are you guys involved with the fiber? Not yet. Incoming. So for the fiber itself, tomorrow we will go through one by one. Right. So the objective for this training is actually to give you how I'm going to set up the machines, then how I'm going to troubleshoot the cables if you do have any problem. Then at the end of the day, in order to bring up the test report. So may I know from your side how many of you familiar with the tester? You guys familiar with the tester before? Yeah, and this is who was the first time to see this kind of tester? Raise your hand. First time see this kind of tester? First time see the use, So similar as well. Right. Then, so this one, as I mentioned, okay, so today what we cover is a basic introduction and common setting. And we do have here is a proper test limit and standard. Because the difference cable, they do have a different frequency and also different configurations. Right, then configure this test, making a measurement. So that one we involved with the test parameter. Then after that, maybe we cover around this one, what we call it is a DSX diagnostic. Then patch clock certification, and then cross clock generator, and also the last one is a liquid IPC software. So in order to generate the report, we also have two different ways. One is a standalone for the PC, we call it a liquid IPC software, and the other one, the one is mostly on the cloud. So I'm not sure either BizLink already registered with the cloud to get the reports. Yes, so you can combine all your testers into one system. Yeah, right. So for this portion tomorrow that we cover is a basic fiber theory. How are we going to configure the fiber test setup? Because under the fiber we can play around with the custom test limit. What is the different 1, 2, 3 jumper? How are we going to do inspection for the fiber? Then how are we going to set up the testing, run the test, testing the MPO, then we are going to run one single mode testing. Because for fiber they only have two types, single mode and also multi mode. They have only two types, right? Then for the tomorrow, what we are planning after lunch, maybe we cover some on our TDR. So technically, our TDR, they're most likely going to troubleshoot the fiber. So let's say the cables break in the middle, we would like to pinpoint the exact location. Because when we talk about fiber, they are talking about kilometers. Let's say we lay cables around 10 kilometers, 16 kilometers, even 100 kilometers. So we would like to know where is the faulty location. So we have to use the OTDR. Yeah? Right. So under this portion, when we do for the fiber also, they come together with composition. They have 4 different types. Then now, in order to run the test for the fiber OTDR, then the last here is a link right cloud. So which is I show you in order how to set up in order to generate the report in the line cloud. Right. So any questions so far? If you do have any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah? Right. So now we go through with the basic introduction first. Right. As you can see on your table, we do have here is a main, remote, channel editor and so command link. Okay. So technically the one with the script was one we call is a basic mainframe. Right. Then this one we call is a remote. Without screen is a remote. Then behind this one we call is a module. So you can remove this one. So tomorrow we are doing for fiber, just log in the fiber module inside. Yeah. So in order to test for the UDP cable, we do have their accessories. As you can see on the table, the one with the link cables here, this one we call it as a permanent link adapters. So they do have permanent adapters. Then let's say I would like to test on the RJ55 cables. We do have here is a channel adapters. Right, so the channel adapter itself, for example, DSX 5000 able to support up to Cat 7 or we call it as a Cat 6A. So the maximum capability to run test to certain levels. May I know actually basing what I got on the testing what type? 8,000 or 5,000? 8,000. 8,000. So the 8,000 the capability able to test up to Cat 8 cables. So they do have a different level of cabling and also different of frequency. Right. Then for this portion is under this language. Okay, I need to turn on the machine. No worries, you can play around. No rosak mana. Okay, so please turn on the machine. Okay, share. Minta on the machine. As you can see, that one we call it as a home screen there. Right, so under the access here is a home screen. Under this portion, I need to click on this one, press on the home button on your tester. Alright, so you will go back to your home screen there. Okay, so from the home screen, I need to go to the tools. Okay, please click on tools. Yeah. So this one, I need you to scroll down. Right, so scroll down first. Then, whenever you scroll down, you can find language. Right, you should click on the language here. Then it is down for you some sort of languages there. So for this model, actually in Malaysia, we are using the AP set, which is, for example, Asia Pacific set. Technically, they only have 4 languages: English, they do have a Mandarin, Korean, also Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. Scroll down, go and find language, then come back. Okay, once you scroll down, please select language. Are you following me? Yes. Alright, good. Okay, so once you click the language, you can see the different languages inside. Alright, so for today, I need you to select English. Alright, so questions for that. So which English you play. So let's say, for example, this one, if you do not see the language, the person was not sold to buy authorized distributor from the locals. So you might have no warranty. Okay, so for these portions, you can change the language for in a UFDC depending on your basic extract. So let's say I would like to run the test in Malaysia, we are using English. However, let's say your customer in China, so you would like to get the test result based on the Chinese language, you can change it by using the UFDC. Easier for you. Okay, so under this question, I would like to share with you guys. Okay, so technically this one, let's say you do have a lot of test result, test configuration inside. However, in order to delete one by one, might be consume a lot of time. So what we can do is we restore the version back to factory default. Right? Please bear in mind, whenever we are performing the factory reset, once we done, there's no more test result, there's no more already our configuration. Everything will be gone. So before that, right, you need to export your test result together with your project into thumb drive, or you can export directly into your hardware PC management as a backup. So before we do everything, right? So as you can see on the tables, we do have a mini main receive. So technically this is a thumb drive, right? Okay, so you got 3 here, 3 there. Okay, so before that, I would like to share with you first. In order to use the thumb drive or USB drive, we need to use by using the format FAT32. Let's say you are buying a new thumb drive, please format it. Now go to your My Computer, right click, select format, then select the FAT32. Quick format, then everything will be there. Because let's say you buy the brand new thumb drive, slot into the USB, might be the machine unable to recognize. So that's why we suggest to format first. Right. So in order to export the project stability, right, I need you to click on the home screen. Click on the home button. Right. Okay, so for these questions, I need you to click on this one because it's a project. Okay, yeah, for the whole space, this one is one of the project. So whenever you click on the project, then it will show you all these kind of information. Now I need you to go to the transfer and below. Yeah, go to the transfer. Right. Okay. So for these questions, when you click on the transfer, then it will come up for you these two: link well light and also USB flash drive. Right. So right now, because we would like to transfer by using the thumb drive, I need you to select on the USB flash drive. Okay. So from this function, that you have here is an export, import, and also delete. Right. So for this question, I need you to export the existing test results here. Right? Now you click there. They will show you export project from this tester to a USB flash drive. And some people might be confused import export, but in our tester they will mention for you. So this is give you awareness. Yeah? Right. So for these questions, I'm not sure how many projects you have in your main unit. You got 4 or 5. Okay. Right. So for this question, I need you to select all. Press this button. Right. Select all. Doesn't matter you got 3 or 4 in your tester. Just select all. So for these questions, I need you to export. Right. So before we press any export, they will ask you to put a thumb drive. So as you're aware, beside your main unit, they do have a USB port. You have to plug in your thumb drive first. So once you complete this one, press the button export. Then they will show you how many projects has been exported. Yeah? You guys got it? This one just be okay. Just be okay. So you can skip. Duplicate one can skip. Right? For those who are involved in the skip, can? This one be okay. And then this one can. Alright, can skip also can. Because the previous class, everything inside there already. Right? Okay, so from this portion, I need to be okay. So remember, whenever we test exporting the projects, that one doesn't include any Cctt test result. There are 2 different ways you will test out. Right. So for this question, exporting projects into linear life, that one including test results in your life. Right. So for these questions, right, I need you to press on the home button. So you are going to the home screen there. Okay, now below section they do have here is a results. I need you to press on the results. Right? Okay, so under this question for the result itself, as you can see, they do have many results inside. So technically for fruit level tester, they will be split into 2 sections. The first one will be on top of it. Then for those who are test result is passed, they will show at the below. So let's say something wrong happened with your cables already, you can check, you can click in there, then retest. So they will override your test results. So let's say for the first time you run the test, the result is failed. You give in the names already. Then after you do the terminations, everything, you go back to the ID, just retest. So they will override it for you. Yeah? Right. Then may I know in terms of your ID names for the cable itself, is it based on the serial number or how? Obviously, the standard practice. Okay, so the result is the number. So technically, for example, the result the work ID will be simply 1, 2, 3, and 4. With points, right? So, for example, certain user they might be using based on the serial number. Some of them might be using based on the ID number, depending on the feature. Because technically, this one for those who are cabling installer, when we do for the network cabling, we labeling based on the server rack or we are based on the patch panels. Slightly difference. Right. So, for example, like this one, you press the view all, I will show you how many percent has been exported. So, as you can see on the table itself, right? Is there any marking on this portion? How many percent exported? Okay, so let's say it's 100% exported, meaning there's you have a copy already for your thumb drive or your. So if 0 exported, meaning the result still in the tester, not exported yet. Yeah, right. So technically, for example, like this one. Okay, what you have to do now? Please press on the button transfer. Right, please press on the button transfer. Then this one similar process as well. Please go to the USB flash drive. Right. Then this one we have to press the button export. So now what I need you to do is to select all. Right. So when you select all, everything will be ticked. Yeah, just before everything. You guys following? Yes. Okay, go ahead now. If I'm fast, just let me know, maybe I will slow it. Right? Okay, now this portion I need you to press on export. Right, then send it to the transfer out. Okay. So for this portion, I would like to remind you again. Before we do any factory defaults, all test results and your project must be copied out first or transferred it out. Because once we've done this factory default, it's no more our test result in our project in our tester yet. Yeah? So for this portion, I need you to tap on the home button. Right? So when you go to the home button, below section they do have tools. I need you to press on tool. Right? Okay, so from this portion, please scroll down, scroll up. Now, as you can see, this one, the memory status. I need you to press this one, the memory status. Right? Okay. So this one under this portion, as you can see, how many percentage is available in order to see the test result. Right? Now, since we would like to do the factory reset, what I need you to do is you have to press 1, 2, 3 and 4. However, this memory will appear on your tester. Please click on this one, your tester. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Please follow the step. Can? Is it possible? Right, then we show you. Okay, never mind. For training purpose, you can click, no worry. Right? Okay, so this is a secret trick for you in order to do the factory default, which is I need you to click 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this area. Then later on, they will show you is a restore default. Okay, so for this portion, remember, there's no undoing this, there's no secret window. You should copy first your test result in your project. Okay, now we transferred everything already. You can press on restore defaults. So whenever you press on the restore default, then they will show you this notification, which is the result stored in internal memory will be deleted, default setting restore. Yes or no? Okay, so for these training purposes, I need you to click on yes. Then later on, the machine will be rebooting. And we restart the machine together with the sounds. Right? Please say yes. Right? Okay. So the machine will restart. Yeah. So this one will take a few seconds. Okay, so the next one, after you rebooting your machine, they will pop up for you is a language. So I need you to choose English. Doesn't matter if it's UK or US. Huh? Right? So you guys done already? good things. Okay, we wait for a while. Okay, for a while, for one machine still doing things. For this question, we do have here is a calibration date and also calibration study. What is the differences between these two? Okay, calibration date means during the factory, once we calibrate your module, the date will be appear on 1st December 2016. However, for Fluke, what we offer to the end user itself, for the first test, also after 6 months from the calibration date, we will show you calibration start date. So to be fair with the end user, because the validity for calibration only 1 year or 12 months. So that's why whenever you start the test based on 19th December, then the next calibration date will be 19th December 2017. So 1 year. So let's say I send you on this one, you are not doing anything yet, you only test based on the January, the start date will be January. Because the validity is 1 year. Yeah? Right. Then for these questions, yeah, the calibration itself, I need you to highlight. Okay, so the UTT modules, FIFO module, LTS, FIFO module, TDR, this one requires calibration. Main or remove itself doesn't require any calibration. So in terms of calibration, this one is an annual calibration. Oh, sorry, annual calibration, 12 months or 1 year. So the question might be some three. So we're asking you, how frequently should I calibrate my modules? It could be 12 months, it could be annually, it could be yearly or 1 year. The answer might be some bit tricky. So I need you to choose based on 1 year. Yeah? Right. So any questions so far? So calibrations only for these questions. The modules only we try to do. Right? So what will happen if we run the test, however the calibration has been expired, might be the warranty for that cable can be denied. Meaning the cable supplier might be won't accept your test result. Because your site basically is a cable manufacturer. But this one, for example, those cable installer or the contractor itself, right? For example, Intel, so the contractor does cabling, everything, run the test, get the test result. However, when they submit to the cable supplier, then they when this one already expired, the calibration will be unable to accept. So waste your time. So that's why we require for you to do the calibration first before running a test. Right. Now, for this one, we already mentioned for you guys, factory recommendation to calibrate is every 12 months, yearly or once a year. For this portion, the traceable calibration itself for the 3rd month, then the calibration will be stated in your test report. So may I know, for example, the listing, the test result will be required by your customer or not? The test results. Depends on customer. So they will asking you the PDF or the raw file. Okay. So let's say once you bring out everything in the PDF, will be stated here is that calibration date. Remember calibration only for modules. Yeah. Right. For this question, I would like to highlight. Okay, might be one of you receive the questions regarding on the calibration. If your question show you with different models, the answer is no. Yeah, because before ESX cable analyzer, we do have a older models. We call it the DTX. However, this model was obsolete. There's no more calibration and no more services. So the question might be something. We show you with all the tester for this question. The answer is always no. We won't accept money. Yeah? So the old model, they do have a rotary screen and rotary using one. There's no screen. Otherwise, the older models. Right? Okay, so for this portion, the calibration study, as I mentioned earlier, we start this one, your first test, and also this one after 6 months you'll be using it. Any questions so far? Right? Okay. So this one I mentioned, calibration state, this one is here. Right? So the next calibration year will be 19 December 2017. 1 year. Yeah? Right? Okay, so this one in the market now depends on the cable brand. Some of top cables such as the Comsco, Henry, Nixon's, Simon, they will be required once a year to do the calibration. However, certain cable manufacturers such as Draka, they will accept for 2 years. So let's say your machine is calibrated back in the 2024. So for your cable except from Draka, they will accept until 2026. That's an example. Depends on cable manufacturer. Yeah, for some of them 2 years, some of them is 1 year only. Yeah, right. So for this portion, as you can see under this one, I need you to press back. So from this one, for the modules, I need to click on the editor. Right, so once you click on the editor, they will show you how many series has been counted. How many already? We are inserted into test, and they will show you how to test count and also current series. Right, so let's say one way, one of our editors, it could be your permanently or it could be your channel editors, spoiled, rosak, copy, and so on. So we can replace it with the tips. So in order, once we replace everything the tips, you can press the reset series. So the count will be back into 0. So easy for you to monitor. Because now, for example, the current testing with our existing permanently, if we run the test, it will show you 152. Then after a certain time, let's say more than 10,000 already, then the tips goes up. So what we have to do next, we have to replace it. Once you replace, you just press the reset series, so you can monitor how many counts for your new set. So easy for you to specify something wrong or then you know. Yeah? Right. Okay. So for this permanent editor, as you can see on the table, the tips here we are able to replace. So in order to replace, look, we also offer this package. We have two different sets. For example, PLA 004, this is for the 5,000. 804 RQ, this is for 8,000. That's why last time before Angeline purchased anything, I will advise her, don't buy this one, cannot use. You have to buy the correct models. Otherwise, it won't work, it's not comfortable. Yeah? Right. So let's say after you replace the new tip of your permanent editors, just press the reset series, then everything will be back to the 0. However, if we asking you the warning first, the current series counter for this editor will be reset at 0. So I need you to press continue. Yeah, reset, no worries. This is our training kit to press only. If also then I send you guys into special. No worries, okay. So the count series will be reset to 0. Yeah? Alright? Okay, so regardless of the version information, checking for other updates. So technically this one, the version firmware Look always offer 2 or 3 times per year, depends on cable manufacturer. Why? Because every cable manufacturer, they do have new cables, brand models, whatever. So they would like to end up in our tester. They will send information to Fluke R&D team. Then Fluke R&D team will get the new firmware. So whenever we update the firmware, their models or their brand will be listed in the tester. Yeah? Right. So this one, the latest that we do have here is 6.12. In order to download the firmware, they go to our Fluke website. Just go for the Fluke website, select the support and download. Right. So for this one, the firmware is free. No need to pay anything. Yeah, if someone tell you, Azlan, this one need to pay, bullshit, no, no need to pay. It's free. So you can download, you can update your machines. Right? Okay. So let's say in order to update, number one you have to use now. Okay, for example like this. Once you open up your VMware PC, then may I know how many of you do have a software to generate the report VMware PC? How many of you have? Now this is a VMware Lite, no more VMware PC yet. No more, no more. Okay, let me go through it, right? Okay, so because some people still scared, maybe this cloud, I don't know, also don't know why. Right? Okay, so once this one every connected, right, we will show you connect to the VMware Lite. Right, so let's say this one, the question is available, you have to update, just press that update, we will show you yes. So, in order to update our machine, what we have to do now, please ensure we do have a USB port cables. Right? This is not Type C lah. This is the micro USB. And this is the USB. Huh? So they say you do have Type C, you cannot plug in. Huh? But I heard look we come out with a new generation with the Type C connectors. Convenient lah. Nowadays how to find? Difficult. Wi-Fi you do have, you can transfer it now. Oh, Bluetooth, Manora. Wi-Fi, one-to-one connections.
You always want to find
Yeah, good feedback. I will let Took knows about it. No? Huh? Right, because this one, some more, once stable, chasing out, it's quite hard to find out. I don't know this. Even like ECT also, it's not difficult. Right? Okay, so technically in order to examination bank, we do have 50 preference questions. However, the question only asking you around 25 only, which is half of it. Right? So, for this portion, as you can see the example here, right? So, this one is a timer. This is your question. Technically, they do have 25 questions. So, under for this GUI, they will divide you by state on the section. Then they say, for example, like this one, they do have here is a true-false statement, multiple answer, or they do have here is a diagram. So, for example, like this one, every day the sun rises from the east. That one is a true, so you have to send that one. Yeah, right? So they say you are not sure, you can go to the flag. So as you go to the flag, you will be marking it with this one. We call it as a purple color. So at least when you go to the next question, then you see, oh, maybe this one already flagged, so I need to go there. Just go to the question, click, they automatically open it up for you to answer again. Yeah? Right. So for those who drop, they will show you in the red color. However, I suggest if you're not really sure about these questions, just go to the next question. So they will show you with the red color, meaning no answer yet. Yeah? Right. So for these questions, for those who have passed the examination, you are entitled to get the certification from Flow. So technically this one will be your names. Then they will show you this is versive purpose certification of testing. Then at the same time, you can re-log into your portal, then you can download again, no issue. Yeah? So for this one, digital copy will be given. Then the set is very continuous. So below here they will stated date weeks left. So they say today is the 29th April. So it will be last until April 2067. Right. So this one for the credit itself from BC, yes, we are able to get 7 for copper and then 7 for fiber. Yeah? So BC is something like an organization for the data structure cabling. Yeah? Right. Then for next one, you have to what we call it to get the certificate, the soft copy. Just go to the exam history. This one you can see the certificate. Click, they will pop up for you the PDF, save this PDF. Yeah? Right. Then next one under the exam instructions, I need you to verify. So this one, video and audio recording will be enabled during the exam. So technically later on during the examination, they will be asking you to allow video recordings also for students. Then this one, just let you know, after 10 seconds, maybe you can close up your camera, depends on you. Because group just going to verify only. Yeah? Then apart from that examination, exam window open 24 hours, there's no extension allowed. So they say after 5 PM tomorrow, there's no extension 1 hour to almost for you. Yeah? So we must answer within 24 hours. So technically this one, they should have 24 multiple choice questions within 60 minutes. Then you may have multiple answers as well. For example, question A, you have 4 options. You have to select one, A, B, C, E, or E. Something like that. So in order to pass the examination, you must get the correct answer 17 over 25, meaning 8 fail. So must be around this figure. Right? Okay, so second attempt we given automatically if required. However, this one the second attempt you take within the same 24 hours. So let's say you fail, maybe tonight, you would like to answer, just go into the portal, then answer in the exam. Right? So for those who have failed on the second attempt, we suggest you to visit on CCTV class again. It's my own notes. Alright? Okay, so this is the regulations, termination, and exam writing system. Okay, I need you to pay attention to this one. So during the examination, the system will detect unusual behavior. So technically during the examination, please do not open another browser. So let's say you are using Chrome, just go, then only one tab. There's no second tab, third tab, and so on. So let's say you would like to see your WhatsApp or whatsoever, I suggest you to go down first. So let's say you would like to check your web mail whatsoever. No. means close the tab first. Just open for assembly. Right? So this one, please do not minimize the browser. Do not minimize. Then resizing the browser. So this one I suggest you leave it as a standard one. Then open the new tab, open the new program, taking the screenshot, press Ctrl C, Ctrl V to copy and paste. No. Pressing the print screen, pressing the F12. So technically this one your activities monitored during the exam. If any unusual behavior is being read, then detect, then your exam might be terminated without notice. Let's say 1 or 2 they give you a warning, then the last one they automatically off. So you have to be careful. So I suggest anything that will pop up notification, please disable first. Because in the previous class, they do have a Telegram X in the laptop. Then suddenly pop-up coming, then to be terminated from the system. So any questions so far regarding on this? Right? So I would like to remind you, this is the open book exam. You may refer back to your notes to answer. Right? So during the examination, please do not need to sit to pick up the phone and also the break. So this one I need to check either your PC or your laptop is running on software updates, and so on. So please do not use the browser with the browser. Then the last one, please do not ask questions there. Because they say, man, you didn't ask me, I see also no point. Different question, different answer. Side by side also no point. Right. So this one I will suggest you to comfortable with surrounding, ready for 60 minutes to understand the time. So for those who would like to answer in this training room, yes. If you would like to go for your workstation, yes. If you would like to go for your phone, also yes. There is no obstacle for me. Right? So this one is a H7 level. Please ensure you get this one. Use your course material for reference if required. Let's say this one is a more study on the book. Let's say you are not really sure about the answer. You can open up the tester, main and remote. Maybe there are some questions regarding on this one. You can open it up, tester, run the test. So if you don't have any questions regarding on the system whatsoever, just let me know. Please let me know. Right. So on this one done already. So far, any questions? What is the question? The answer only A, B, C, and D. Please read carefully your questions. The questions might be tricky. So I would like to do some recap what we are learning this morning. Okay, number one, the summary that I can summarize for you for today's session. Okay, number one, regarding conversive introduction, please remember in terms of calibrations. Okay, what do we need to calibrate? Is it in modules only, or together with mainframe, or together with the remote? Set reference. Then, in terms of how many projects you can store in your DSX, how many operators you can store in your tester. Right? Okay, then what else? In terms of what is the differences between channel editor and patch code editor? What is our HTTP and Cctt are used for? Then, in terms of what we call it as a frequency for cable itself, remember, we got 100 MHz, we got 450 MHz, this one depends on cable. Then I would like to recap regarding my permanent link. So for the permanent link itself, the maximum length is 100 meters. Channel is 100 meters. However, for this PIA, they allow you 10% tolerance. Remember? So they say for these portions, apart from that, other than calibration, remember, once we finish everything, for electron spot testing, depends on contract. Patch code data, we have to create dedicatedly. Then, based on this one, the test report also, to transfer from the machine, we have 4 types, which is what we call it as a USB thumb drive, USB port, network or IP base, and also the white cloud. So there are 4 ways in order for you to transfer it out. So please check on the operator itself, the editor that you have, the monthly channel editor, etc. So remember for the RC, recertify. Test if it's wrong in the first round, we have to recertify. Then we have to follow the new dates. Right? So any questions for our recaps or summary by today? Remember, there's no such Cat 7, Cat 7A, only class F and class A. Then they are not using RJ45. Yeah? Right? No, they want to using the GG45. GG right? Okay. So, if there's no question, I think you may get some time to rest everything because now there are 2 minutes start from 5 p.m. So you would like to answer here or other space? It's up to you.
Answer here.
So this is under one trunking, one bundle of cables. Then inside this one, they do have 8 different wires. This one you have 8 different wires. So crosstalk or next normally happen between this cable itself. So from this one going to others. But for alien crosstalk might be from these portions, they will send out the signal noise to others cables in the wires. So that's why we call it an alien crosstalk. So for the standard crosstalk might be from this to this one only. Within the cables but different wires. Alien crosstalk from others cable A goes to cable B. So that's why, as you can see, for this diagram, we stated under one bundle, who is a distributor, who is a built-in. Right? So in order to perform this one, depends on contract. If customer is asking you, only you perform. Otherwise, you need to perform. Why? Because they don't have a lot of works to perform this sort of testing. Yeah? Right. So under this one, this is about the installation itself. So there's no saying that the testing is optional. However, in order to run the crosstalk, they have to have 2 parameters. I need you to highlight. The question might be asking you, for any crosstalk, what is the 2 parameters? Is that PSNX and also PSACRF? Only 2 methods here. Yeah? Right? So for these questions, value and methodology are found in the A. So for ISO, this is a automotive, so this is S, right? So this one is so specific to the section A 2.2, right? Okay, so this one, okay, I will show you in order how to run. Okay, remember, alien crosstalk only required for shielded cabling system only. Everything is shielded. UTV cable shielded, then our rack shielded, then we do some grounding from that portion. So in order to choose this one, we have to take based on the results for it. So technically, let's say I will have 100 points. All of our cables have been tested. I got the test result. I will export it into our main line. From that portion, just go for this what we call is a crosstalk analyzer. So we can analyze one by one. Yeah. So for this portion, if your test result will show you all smooth, is meaning is this shield terminations correctly. However, based on the raw file that I diagnosed, then we state, okay, for this cable ID here, 608, then we find out the result is fast. However, under the test result, when we go to the PSNX parameters, then we show you slightly waving on the test result. So from this portion might be determinated as shield terminated incorrectly. Right? Okay. So both link parts are yes, both cables pass. Right? So in order to run the test, every crosstalk we measure based on utility to find out who is a distributor, who is a victim. Right? So let's say we have to find out, we need to perform this kind of method. So this is under PSNX. Can you imagine this is our main remote? Beside we do have port, we have to use the normal patchwork communication link. This is our common link. This is our cable that we have to test. Then behind we got some terminator. Right. So in order to run the test, can you imagine this is our patch panel, our network devices. Right. So in order to choose our victim, we are suggest to choose in the middle, not on the B side, because the frame is a shield. definitely we show you the highest, right? Okay. Then apart from that, in order to run the test, let's say based on the test result, we pick this one, the middle one. So the next process, what you have to do is you can select based on this bundle. So let's say under this patch panel, so let's say this is our victim. So we only measure for this portion and this portion and this portion. We go for the nearest one. So let's say we do have 3 different sets of patch panel. Let's say this is our victim, we cannot pick this one and another patch panel. Must be in the same bundle for that cables. Yeah? Right. So in order to run the test, this is the sampling for the ISO. So technically this one equal selection based on short, medium and long link. Remember, we have already done our test. We all got our information. So in order to choose for that cables, let's say for this rack, when I choose, at the same time I need to pick this one, short cables, medium and long link. So from there we are able to see, okay, is it coming from the same bundle or not? If yes, then let's say I would like to test around 1000 points, the sampling should I pick around 33 samples to run the test, right? So in order to run the test here, okay, this is our slide in practice. So can you imagine this is our patch panel, going to the patch panel, behind we need to put some terminator. So technically we run test this of cables. So apart from that, in order to run this kind of this kind of electroscope testing, main and remote together with the communication port, right? Then remember, we do have a USB cable. This one must be connected to your PC. Meaning at the same time, when we run the test, you need to have a look into your software manager as well. So the process is slightly tedious. That's why in Malaysia, not everybody they like to perform this one because we take some time to run the test. Right. So let's say when we choose our victim here, from the mains will be there, the terminator will be there. However, we have to move our remote side one by one, port by port. Whenever we move to this next, behind the terminator also must be moved to the next. So it's easy, right? Okay. So we move one by one. Right? So for these portions, then we go through for this, then from there we find out. Now they say this one is complete. Then based on the diagram, then we are going to find out who are contributing as a snowball victim. Right? So this is one portion, we call it as a PSNX. Then the next one we call it as a PNACRF. So technically this one almost same the concept. However, in terms of tester position is slightly different. ES is next, both main and remote will be outside in front. Terminator will be behind. But for this kind of method, as you can see, from main we are connecting to the victim. This one we put terminator. However, for the patch penalty, we have to use remote. Then in order to communicate between main and remote, we have to use this push port connecting to either port. Because the port behind the requires connecting to this. Right? So for this portion, when we are click this one, we have to move this terminator together with the remote. So technically something like one loop for you. But please do not forget that you have Ethernet together with your PC, required PC management. Because some people make some mistake. Move, this one they move. There's no PC, wasting the time. Because whenever we run down, we have to look into our diagram as well. Okay, so I believe this thing there's no in the industry, but for your knowledge, this is what actually in the pocket. Yeah? Right, so we have to move one by one. Right, so go through this. Right, okay, so based on this one, we show you the test results. Right, so this one, from this one, we are able to find out based on this 15, the distributor based on percentage is coming from this level port, this two. So what we have to do, might be we have to recheck on our terminations. We have to retype everything, check on the terminations again. Yeah? Right. Okay, so this one, as far as you know from electroscope, when the margin of PNS is set to have reached by degree of the link with the highest insertion loss, further electroscope will be testing with insertion can be discontinued. Right? So for this one, under when the margin CS is net, then the average should try to take the lowest one. Further, the cross-talk testing you think can be discontinued as well. But so for this, remember, any cross-talk only required this one contracts. If contract asking you to do, only perform. No, just leave it there. Then remember, alien cross-talk testing only applicable for shielded system. It's required, yes, it's required for shielded system. Yeah? Then in terms of two test parameters, only have two. ES-ANX and also ES-ACRF. Two different methods in order to perform testing. Yeah? Right, so the next one is a flow generator. Okay, so under this flow generator, as you can see, this model number able to pump you as a toner. However, to work with this one, we need to get another device and call it a probe. Please highlight for this one. Normally in the statement question will ask you, right? Is it possible for DSS to generate digital and analog? No. DSS is able to produce analogs only. Produce analogs on the edge, so highlight here. There's no way of digital analogs. Right? Then at the same time, the main tester can be transferred into 4 different tools. They do have some different tools as well. Okay, so the next topic, the last one is the PC software. Okay, so this portion, I need you to highlight the question that we asked you. Okay, so there is 4 ways in order to transfer our test result. Number 1 is a USB memory stick. Number 2 is a USB cord, which is you are connecting directly to your PC. Then third one is a linkware network. Then the last one is a network connections. Right? So for this kind of network connections, when you open up your linkware PC management, under this one we stated for you is a device IP address. Whenever you click, you have to enter this one. Then you press OK. So for this portion, I need you to highlight. Sometimes the answer will show you this one, however, they show you IP base or network connection. Is it the same meaning? Network connection or IP base, same meaning. Same meaning. Please be careful. IP base. Sometimes IP base, internet protocol base. Right? So for the IP base itself, what they will be showing to you is only IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and DNS. There's no VLAN because normally in question we are asking you regarding on this. Based on the network connections, what else did we show you in the tester? So technically is the IP base, IP address, subnet mask, gateway, DNS. There's no VLAN. There's no VLAN. If you find out they show you or they will write down for you with a VLAN, please do not choose this one. This is the wrong answer already. Because for one question you have multiple answers. VLAN is there. Only have IP, subnet, gateway, DNS. So this was anything the version can be updated either through linkware live or through linkware PC. There are 2 types. In order to update our firmware, there are 2. Linkware live and also linkware PC. I need to highlight here. So technically for the firmware update often require an update of linkware PC. Both come from our Fluke website. So they say they do have new latest everything. Just go to the Fluke website, go to home, click on support, right? From there, then we show you download. So if you press the download, we ask you to select the product. So since you are using the DSX, please select the DSX. Then you can download the software, the firmware. However, if you are facing any issues regarding on the download the firmware, because they do have 2 different types, CIC and also CIC2. CIC2 meaning for version 2, CIC for version 1. So let's say you download CIC, then you like to install in your VS2, cannot work. So if you do have any question in order to update the format, just let us know. Right? Okay, so this one number 6 can be added to this one. Okay, so in order to update as well, normally this one you saw this symbol. For those who are familiar with this one, we call it as a diskette. Say button. So press on this motion, then they will come up for you to update it. So you can connect then update your web. Right. So next one in terms of recertify. Remember, after we coming back from the lunch, I already explained for you regarding on recertify. Recertify meaning, let's say I would like to test this on test limit TIA. Then when I would like to submit to the customer, customer mentioned, hey, this one you already did some mistake on the test limit. I'm asking you based on application. I'm asking you based on the ISO standard. So that time you not buat retest again, so wasting your time. Since your cable only have 10 set, so I have to go, right? So for this one, just go to the software manager, then you can write it to recertify. Then you can change the test limit. So this one, the proper result multi-voltage different data, all the measurable with test limit, the frequency range of the new test limit, fiber loss test such as TIA can be rectified again with others, such as application, other test verifications such as ISO. I need you to highlight here. Because as I mentioned, they say I did first round testing using ISO. Then suddenly customer said, hey, need to change to TIA. No need to retest. Open up your file in the new PC, then go to recertify. For under recertify, you can choose accordingly. So no need to retest. However, once you choose the RC or recertify, later on in your ID or your workload as your work ID number will show it as RC. Which is already recertified. So that's why a new report is created. We have a suffix of RC on the cable ID. So this one, some of customer will not accept this. However, based on test result, is considered pass. Right. So this one, date and time also will be changing. So let's say on the original result, I'm using based on TIA limits. Back in the last January, 31st January, then after done everything testing, the customer says, alamak, this one wrong test limit. So you need to change. So what you need to change, just go for this one, for everything to be rectified. However, you are rectify this test result in May. Then date in time will be shown you based on May. So there are two different test results. One back in January, one is in May. However, they come together with the symbol RC. Right? Okay, so in order to perform, whenever you download the test results here, go to utilities, scroll down, go to recertify. Right? So this is the test limit or this one you can choose. Right? Okay, so this one will say from test limit to re-evaluate. So let's say based on this 5 gig, I would like to change it. So what can you do? Just based on program button, then at the same time you can change the MVP value as well. So I would like to do some recap here. What will happen if you are change our MVP? What test parameter has been affected? If you are changed on MVP value, length only. Remember, when we adjust lower, we adjust higher, length is affected as well. Right. Okay, so this is example. However, this is the example result from the final test result. Whenever we do the RC, they will show you cable ID number together with the RC recertified. So they, at the same time, the dates everything will be shown as the latest one. Remember, before that I give you some example. The original test result back in January. Then I realized customer said, oh, Azlan need to change from ISO going to TIA. So once I recertify back to the TIA, then it will show you with the RC. Then the date here will state as a May. It's no longer back to January. Right. So this portion where we label is RC, the result is passed. However, subject to customer. Sometimes they don't want to see RC. But for testing, So it's still running. Yeah. Okay. So for these questions under exporting option as well, we do have here is a CSV, tab, SML, and also PDF. So some customer right now they are asking you to give them the raw file, which is you have to extract from your tester into your thumb drive, then you can send it out. Or if you are using the link like cloud, you can share the test result. For example, engineering would like to share with me. Just invite me for that any number, so I am able to access it. So when I see, okay, now, okay, for this kind of test result, depending on what is your customer requirement. Yeah? But for those who are involved with the government project of Intel or MNC, normally they will ask you the raw file because they will randomly check for you. Because PDF, as you know, some people they are very manual one, they can edit. From fail become pass. So what they do for the governments and also the MNC, they will ask you the raw file, then they will randomly check. So they say this one is I think okay, now is it pass or fail? So they will bring their own tester to verify. Yeah? So please be careful. Right? Then for additional notes, and when I know, for example, when you set up to your customer, you are using your own format or use the fruit test report. Fruit, huh? Print up PDF, so okay. Okay, you go like that, customize lah. Okay. So at least when you send to them, you can review all the test report. Right? Okay, so this one under the OTP export for CSV now is supported up to 50 hands. Technical support will always ask you .xlw for us to go through. Then later we don't have a troubleshooting, we just have to be at the post only. So that's why later on they say your site got any issues, please send to me with the raw file .xlw. Like before this engineer always send to me is a raw file. So easy for us to have a look and check one by one. Yeah? If you are giving to me the PDF, everything printed there, I also cannot different because I cannot zoom in, I cannot play around with the variables there. Yeah? Right. So if the result thing as M after the campus ID, which is with merge. Okay, this one the answer is yes. Why? Because for example, one ID you can merge with the other test report as well. So let's say for this point I do have copper and fiber, I can merge into one test report. So the answer is yes, you can merge. Right? Okay. So this one under the web PC stat, this one will provide the certificate for the 5000 in the T.O and also VR. So for this portion, we can export it into HTML or PDF. Any questions so far? Any questions? Right, so if there's no questions, I would like to go through with the review C7. Okay, so question number 1, is alien crosstalk required? Yes. This one depends on contract. If customer is asking you to perform, if not, just leave it there. This one is depends on contract. Alright? So the second one, what are the two alien crosstalk measurement? Remember, you only have two. So we will have here is a PSA net and also PSDACRF. Only two parameters. Yeah? Then the next one. What is a distributor ranking? This one that allows you to see which things are generating the alien crosstalk. So the next one, what would be the correct sample size of 960 link installation? So technically under this slide we will show you based on sampling how many the sampling I need to run in order to get for 960 link installation. So technically around 23 cables. Yeah? Right. So this one according to IEC, under what condition can I stop testing alien crosstalk? So this one, when the margins exceed 5 dB for the 3 short, medium, and long link. Yeah. So the next one, what are the 4 ways to import resolve into linkware PC? Remember they do have 4. Yeah. So number 1 is a USB memory stick, USB cord, linkware like cloud, and also network connections. So network connection it could be IP based. Yeah. Remember we only have 4 different methods. Okay, I need to write down here. Okay, everybody done? Got it? Got it? Okay. So later on, before that, to improve our course, we need to have to scan this one QR code. Then I need to write down my name, Azlan Umar. Then before that is the exam ID. I believe for those who attend the examination, they don't have exam ID. Yes, I can. If no, never mind. You also do ID as well. Never mind. This one is not display. Okay, so before that, I would like to highlight in terms of how we call it the recap what we are learning today. Right? Okay, so today our summary or what we call the objective here. Number 1 is to let you know or to share with you knowledge in order to set up the machine from the tester itself, basics, continuity test, over to troubleshooting. For example, the WireMax problem and so on. How are we going to tackle this kind of issue? Let's say cable faulty, where are we going to find out the locations? Then apart from that, in terms of the electrical stock as well. So, based on objective here, I believe after this you are able to set up your DSX. I believe you are able to do the troubleshooting for your cables. It could be your connector, your cable itself. Then able to understand the details about the what we call it is a setup in terms of hybrid cable and so on. The last but not least here in terms of reporting as well. So reporting is quite important. Whenever what we do, we have to generate the report as well. So far, is there any questions on your side? Is there any questions? Right, so if there's no question, maybe can you let me see anything. So before that, who are registered with the exam? What type of people only registered? Registered for the examinations, right? So you to know, right? So this one, people, have you received the email from yesterday for the network controls together with the username and password? Is it right? Receive, huh? So nobody left, right? So I need you to scan here first, or I need your books, right? Let me check for you first.
多了。这种是个不明不 Cctt 这个在呢？他名字我也觉得非常你生意给我找。我是这块的几大，然后这个就已经变了。基础这里好像刚才很多。
Okay, so for this one, I need to scan about put here. Okay, so this is my name, Dennis name. So this is our Azlan ID. C representing for copper, then to know when we change to fiber. Then for the group ID is M1S EN CCTT CF 2025 04 29 AO. This is code number given from there to wrong one. So this is my details here. So once you guys finish this, you know.
The group ID day, is it should be same as our email?
Sorry, okay.
The group ID day, is it should be same as our email ID? Just here go the dash or the
Oh, I think it should be dash. Sorry. Let me check.
Okay, pass. Pass.
Yeah. Dot dash. So this is the correct one.
Because it's relevant to my job nature. Cycling.
我帮他放4个字。
4个。Meet my expectation. So you can train to something new now.
做完得
真的建议。
到8点半开。8点半。
你几点来？有吗？
啊？哦。
有。5个行那我。我可以了，你了。
来个一点。
讲的明确点，知道吧？From what's expected is possible.
较甜吧，金色比较甜的，有这边比较甜。
哇，那写了10分钟，我应该挺几年。啊，他那边写了点10分钟，我应该挺几年。
可能你需要看的你我需要跟他讲。
你看的这部电影。
Okay, everybody does procedures? Okay, everybody does?
Wait.
我是你都先来。
开这里
比方你用带个字嘛，你背什么？
天使。
是
天使当然最帅，再来天使。
Azlan 的魔女
一个接一个。
他名字高潮。
还有他有这个
那你开始我刚刚我们讲的话。多一次，我再听一下。 然后对，就右边的，右边的。
对，很好的事。
那你知道了，应该就是现在这个东西。
Okay, this one very good. What is it? Dana? Right. Yeah, very good. No. Alright, so good morning to all of you. Alright, so once again I would like to introduce Thank you for joining us on the second day today. So before we start with our sessions, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Azlan from Darul Instrument. So I have been with Darul around 10 years. So technically engaging on the food level also around 10 years. So my background is coming from the IT. So that's why I am more on the hands-on regarding on the copper and also fiber. So before we start with our fiber learnings today, so I would like to do some recap or summary on our yesterday lessons. So as you know, for the full levels we do have copper and fiber. So for the copper itself, we have to do the calibration, then have to set our tester accordingly. So let's say based on our cable type, the test that we need to choose. Then based on the test itself, we do have PMA, we do have ISO. Then for the special hybrid cable, in order to run the test for M20 or hybrid, they do have their own test limit in order to pass. Then apart from that, once we have done the testing, we have to review our test results. Then based on the test result, we go through one by one the test parameter. Then after that, after we do all this kind of testing, we need to generate the report. So yesterday what we covered is the web PC management. That one more slightly goes to what we call it as software manager. Right, then after that we do some recap regarding software community. Right, so today as you can see on your tables, right, we do have here is a fiber set. Right, technically this morning we would like to cover OLTS first, and maybe after lunch we would like to cover more on TDR. So for the fiber we do have two different categories, tier 1 and also tier 2. Right? So technically they say I would like to do some cables warranty or submissions. All I need is OLTS tier 1. So during the process, later on when we do some hands-on, I will ask you to do the set reference and everything. So as you can see on the tables, we do have main, remote, then we do have here what we call it as the fiber modules, the behind one. Remember yesterday I showed you in order to stop the module, just take out, right? So just take this module, plug in. Okay, so I would like to start with that as well. So remember, the only thing that we need to calibrate is a fiber module only. Versus smart remote or versus mainframe doesn't require any calibrations. Yeah? So whenever you set up for calibrations, they will state the serial number based on your module. Yeah? Right. So apart from this one, right, as you can see on the behind, we will have here is a quad module, technically able to support single mode and also multi mode. So for the fiber itself, we only have two types, single mode and multi mode. In order to use, depending on your design and also your location as well. Yeah? Right. So apart from this module, in order to run the test, we also will have here is this is what we call it as a launch. This is what we call it the test record. So for yesterday, they said we would like to do for the copper, we do have channel editor, we do have a permanent editor and so on. But for fiber over MTS, we need to use this one as an accessories. So technically now in our demo set or training kit, we are using for multi-mode. Okay, so apart from that, as you can see, we do have here is what we call is a fiber inspections. So later on during the hands-on, I need to inspect your fiber interface. If they do have some damage or the TSO, then we do have here is a clean pen to clean up the interface. Because fiber is very sensitive to the dust. This is not like copper. Copper doesn't mean that you cannot have whatsoever. So the fiber, no. Yeah? Right. Then, in order to run the test, they come together with several tips depending on your interface. Right? Okay. So I believe inside this box they do have 4 different tips. Okay. Because for the fiber connector itself, we do have a different type of connector. Copper, we do have RJ55 and others. But for this fiber, we could have for reference SC, LC, ST, then MC. But now in the market, we only use LC and SC only. However, subject to your patch panel design and also your devices. Okay, so this one is a simulator. Later on, after we do some setup everything, we run the test by using this. Remember yesterday we are using copper, our UTP cables before I run the test. But this one, we are using this simulator. So at least during the hands-on, we're able to identify what it looks like when the cable is passed, what it looks like when the cable is filled. Yeah? Right. Any questions so far? Any questions? So if there's no questions, today our training agenda actually more towards to our fiber. Right, are you guys familiar with fiber? Not really, yeah? Okay, so for fiber itself, as I mentioned, we have single mode, we have one mode. Then each of cable they do have their own wavelength. Right? So yesterday, regarding this copper, we do have 100 meters representing cable KPI. But for fiber, we do have cables. Later on we go through. Right. So technically, this one we cover this morning the basic fiber theory. Configure the Cctt Fiber Pro, then we are trying to create the fiber estimate. What is the differences between Jumper 1, 2, and 3? Fiber cleaning, how are we going to set up, TRC verification, testing MPO, and setting the single fiber testing. So this is the topic that we covered. Right, so after lunch, we covered tier 2. Technically, this is more OTDR. OTDR, we are using it to troubleshoot the 40 locations. It's totally different from tier 1. Yesterday, we are using copper. We are able to test. Then at the same time, we are going to use the fault info, which is we are using HTDX and also HTDR to find out the loss of execution. But for fiber, we have to use this one. So under this, they do have mismatch OTDR type, setting custom estimate. Then we are using this one fiber conversation. So later on, I will show you how it looks like the test necessary for OTDR. It's totally different from our test framework for LTS. Yeah? Then, plan in order to run the test, how we are going to analyze our test result. Then the last one is a VMware laptop. So yesterday we covered about VMware PC management. Today it's more slightly on laptop. Yeah? Right. So I hope the objective and also the outcome for this training, you guys are able to set up your LTS and also OTDR. Then, as usual, after we set this everything, then we run the test, able to identify the fiber issues. Because fiber is very sensitive, might be the things coming from the connection or splicing or the fiber itself. Yeah? Then, let's say the fiber is issued, next step we have to do is troubleshoot the fiber. How? We are using our OTDR. So based on our OTDR test result, then we only know, okay, might be the result failed due to cable break. The cable failed might be due to the connections. So we have to check. Then after we see the everything, of course we have to generate the reports. As usual, in order to generate the report, we have two types. Right? Either to be on VMware Live or to be on VMware PC. Remember, yesterday for VMware PC we have 4. USB, memory stick, USB cord, VMware laptop, and network connection. Which is they do have this one, IP base. Yeah? Right. Okay, so here I would like to give you some important safety notes, especially for those who are involved with the fiber. Rules number 1 here, under no circumstance should you ever look into fiber. So, fiber itself, you are not sure this one is active or not, please do not try to see your naked eyes directly. Why? If the power or the wavelength itself more powerful, then can damage your eyes. So that's why we are not encouraged to look at fiber directly. That's why we come to tester to check either this thing is active or not. Yeah? Right. So this one nowadays the equipment itself we are using is probably not damage your eyes. If you can see on our test reference spot here, all those fiber cables they always come with a protection cap. Let me show you. You see, they do have protection cap there. Right, so this one, number 1 to prevent damage from this interface, and the second one to reduce the power because some of our server room or data center they will be hanging there. So we are not sure this one is active or not, so that's why they put that. Yeah? Some of it might be it's not leveling, is it active or not. So we have to bring the tester, plug in, then they do have readings on the tester itself, meaning it's active. Yeah? Okay, so please do not see like this one. You cannot see anything because the wavelength that travels into the fiber, there's no color. It's not visible. Huh? Right. Okay, so For this question, I need you to highlight because normally the question will ask you. So for this one, the infrared itself under this, right? Before we go further, I need you to write down for the wavelength. I don't want to touch about the core, I just want to check about the data center. Right, so technically for multi-mode, we do have 805 nm. Then we do have here is a 1300 nm. Then for this portion under single mode, which is SM, they do have here is a 1310 nm. And also this one, what we call is a 1550 nm. So this is representing the wavelength. So I need you to write down because the question might be asking you. This one represent multi-mode, this is represent single mode. Okay, in terms of capability, maximum length. Right? Okay, so maximum length for multi-mode normally is 40 kilometer. Then SM around 120 kilometer. Yeah? So this is so let's say from building to building, for example, our MRT station, MRT to another stations, normally we put around single mode, long range. Yeah? So that's why we need to use the tester to find out the radius of the length and so on. Remember, our maximum for is around 120, but that's why the best way in order to get the higher bandwidth together with the distance, we go for fiber. Yeah? So that's why for this portion under infrared, this 850, 120, 1450 is under infrared, which is we have many colors to see. So that's why I recommend you to look directly. Yeah? So I need to highlight. Maybe the question might be asking you, is it possible to see any color for this wavelength? No, it's not color. Yeah? Right. So the next one, okay, now in terms of fiber designation, right? So for the UTP, there's no what we call it standard based on your what we call it the thickness of cables, the outer jacket and so on. But for fiber, we do have. So technically, this one under multi-mode, we do have 5 different cables. This one is the optical multi-mode 1, optical multi-mode 2, optical multi-mode 3, 4, and 5. Right? Then this one is the OS, optical single mode 1, optical single mode 1A, and also OS 2. Right? Based on this portion, the differences between all these type of cables, for example, multi-mode is a model bandwidth. This is the frequency that we can pull out. Right? Then I need you to write down here 62.5 micrometer is its core size. So can you imagine this is our cables, right? We have our core size here. So for core size, example like this one. Right? Okay, maybe this is our fiber, right? When we split things up, we show like this one. Okay. So this is the cable. Okay, this is the cable as well. Okay, so this one under single mode means this is a 9 micrometer, and for the total cable is a 1.5 core size cable. Meanwhile, for this OM we have 2.5 and also 50. But nowadays for OM1 we are not really using anymore. So technically for this portion around 50 micrometer. Meanwhile for the rest of cable is set around 1.5. So this is the core size inside this fiber. Very tiny. Yeah? Right. So this is the core size. So that's why they are telling you starting from M2 and M5 we are using the same core size. Yeah? So can you imagine this is our fiber. The outer jacket is a 1.5 micrometer. So when I remove the cap side, the inside represent core. So this one. The core size around 50 micrometer or 9 micrometer. Yeah? Right. So this one, the differences between all these of cables depending on frequency set model bandwidth. Right? Okay, so in terms of fiber jacket and production color, right? As you can see on the screen, to highlight. Might be the question might be asking you. Okay, so doesn't matter what brand you are using. Based on standard, doesn't matter PI or ISO. OM1, OM2, we are using orange color. Then starting for OM3, OM4, we are using M1, similar the blue color as you can see on tables. Right? Then some of cable might be we are using Erica violet, so it's like a pink. So it's like pink. Then OM5, we are using the lime color. Right? Then for OS1, OS2, we are using yellow color as an outer jacket. So this is the standard color. So whenever I see, oh, this is the yellow, I know already this is a single mode. You won't need marking, it must be single mode. Then, apart from the connector itself, we do have several, right? Okay. So this one is a blue. Okay, sorry, this is green, blue, green, right? And this is gray, something like that, white, so on. Okay, so for this portion, they do have differences between UPC and APC type. I need you to write down for OM, we are using UPC type, ultra polished connector, UPC. Then the color should be others. Meanwhile, for the single mode itself, normally we have two types. It could be your UPC or APC. In order to identify, now I take up the cable. Okay, now my cable is a yellow color. Then I check on the connector. If my connector is a green, meaning we are using APC type. If I take out, okay, this is the yellow color, but the connector is a blue or gray or black. Might be the connector itself we are using UPC type. So APC really dedicated by standard must use green color. So this is doesn't matter what brand you are following this kind of standard. Standardized, they standardize all this fiber designation color. So in future, if this thing they do some fiber, they have to look into this one as well, the fiber designations. Yeah? Right. Okay, so when we talk about this, okay, under the jacket itself, we do have cotton jacket. Then we got coating. Then the top left we have coating some more. Then this is our threading. Then this is our core. It's very tiny. Not to do with our hair. It's very tiny. So the only thing that we carry the lights, the core. So why we need to get so many layers to prevent from bending and also crack. So they say for UTP when snap it can jalan, but fiber was snap patah, so we cannot use it. Because inside here is a glass. It's a very sensitive because the light will travel the glass. Yeah? Okay. Now for this portion, when we see this on our fiber inspection letter, you can see it looks like this one. So technically the middle one is a core. Later on during the hands on, I'll show you. Right? Okay, so under this portion, they show you the differences between UPC and APC. For the UPC type, this one is actually circles and face. But for the APC type, this is slightly edges. So now they do have here some cable, maybe you have a look. Right? So please take up this one. Okay, so you see this on this portion, you get these circles. Meaning this is coming from UPC type. Kalau you see the top edges, then some of them is green, yellow color, and one is a APC type. Yeah? So how should that we are trying to matching. Okay, then if we are using APC type, then when the thin laser coming in, it will be bouncing back. So that's why for the installation, normally for APC, we need to connect with APC, UPC with UPC. We can connect either these two. Any questions? So far, any questions? Engineering, yeah, yes? Oh, okay. Okay, so the degree and the PC is very important. So from this design, see from the side, so you can see the suits of this one. See from the side, so you can see the if at the time of APC, we see from the side view, you can see setting edges. Sharp the box. Yeah. It's all APC. Yeah. Oh no, no,
So always.
yes, okay, UPC. Because multiple UPC. Then for those who have, if I'm not mistaken, times at home, if the suspect time, if I'm not mistaken, the modem is required APC type. Blue, the cable is yellow, then come up to your modem, they are using APC type. So this is what you can run. Okay. So for the fiber itself, let's say the cable is in short, I would like to connect. Yes, we can combine two different cables become as a one. So they do have here what we call it as a coupler. So this one that English is like a coupler. However, in order to use this one, you cannot connect UPC with APC. APC must be APC, UPC with UPC. Let's say the worst case you do have APC and UPC. How? So what we suggest you to combine with another cables. So technically it's this one. So let's say from this APC, as I mentioned, we can't directly connect to this one. So what we have to do, we have to find out another cable attached cord, which is from this APC type, this is UPC type, then we combine with the DP. Why? Because we like to reduce the loss for the connector itself. Yeah? Right. Why? We show you something like this one. Okay. Show you something like this one. This one I can erase. Can. Right. So let's say this is my what we call it a coupler. Right. We are using the normal coupler. Okay. Can you imagine when we plug in this is from our APC? Another one is coming from APC, right? This is the APC, this is the UPC. So this one we call it the coupler. Okay, fiber coupler there. So this is our switch like the coupler. We try to combine two cables become as one, right? So, okay, so for this portion, whenever I try to use with this one, what we happen with our cables might be due to the poor reflections from APC coming, then the reflect will come out. So unable to go through for UPC type. So that's why in order to prevent this, we have to use this type of method. We have to connect with another cables in the field. Yeah? Right. So this portion, whenever we using the correct methods, then the test log is showing up. Okay, now for this one, I got some participants asking me before, Azlan. So what will happen? I'm trying to use with a direct connector. Is it possible? Now in the market, there is no such hybrid coupler yet. Because this one, as you can see, this is for UPC to UPC. This is APC to APC. So they asking me, Azlan, is there any in market they do have UPC to APC directly connected now at the moment, which is one side is a blue, one side is a green now at the moment. So in order to pass the test result, we have to combine and put another cable inside. Right. So let me try to give you some differences and try to do it for you. Alright, I hope everybody can see, right? So from the side view, you're able to see this from UPC. This circles, then from the APC side, it is so there's two differences from here. Yeah? Right. Okay, so in terms of multi-mode fiber, okay, so this one, as I mentioned, for the multi-mode, they do have two different wavelengths, 850 and also 1300. How is to track when the lights traveling into the fiber, they will go in side by side. So can you imagine one side is at 850 and the other side is at 1300. So based on reflection, two wavelengths they will run into the fiber simultaneously. Then based on reflection, we show you something like this one. So that's why for the fiber, we try to reduce the bending. Why? Because we would like to get the lights travel into our fiber very smooth. Yeah? So we try to make it smooth. Okay. Right. So the path itself, what will happen if one of our wavelengths fails? Might be our cable will have some break or bending. So in order to test, they have to reflect. Yeah? Right. Then the next one. As I mentioned, even though the cable is set, they do have some limitation because based on application. Let's say our customer or end user is set, they are asking you, okay, now Azlan, I would like to get the OM4. However, in order to get 40 gigs connection, 40 gig bandwidth, so the maximum length around 150 meters. So that's why for OM normally we are using this one, building, floor to floor or vertical. This is more suitable. But for example, this link they do have a 3 or 4 building surrounding this area. What we can suggest them by using single mode. So more faster, more reliable, and at the same time, you can pull up the bandwidth up to 100 gig. Okay, so that's why for this kind of cables, depending on distance. Yes, is it possible for me to get the 40 gig based on OM2? No. The maximum we are able to get only 10 gig. So that's why for those who are IT consultant, we check the end user first. Okay, how long your building is, then how many gig do you want? If I have to get for the 40 gig internet connection, then you cannot go for OM2. You have to go by OM3, OM4. Okay, now I do have OM4. How about the length from the server room? Okay, from server room going towards to this building, maybe around 100 meters, then still capable to run. If more than that, normally we have them use single mode. Yeah? Right. Okay, so the next one. What will happen if your cable type selection is incorrectly? Right, so for the fiber and copper, the test result totally opposite. Why? For the copper, I believe you already familiar because they do have a lot of test parameters together with the graph, return loss, next, and so on. But for the fiber, it's very sweet and simple. They only stated for you based on cable ID, then the cable type you are choosing. This is our, what we call it as details, which is date and time, limit velocity, operator, volume calibration, and so on. Then, based on this one, this is our test result. Right. Wherever we do for the manual calculation or setting, we have to get on our limits. So later on, I will show you in order how to calculate the limits. Please ensure when we run the test result must be lower than limits. So for example, like this one, the limits here is a 2.14 dB. Then the actual test result is a 1.97. It's below than the limit. Then the result should you as a pass. If limits 2.4, but our loss is 3.1, definitely we fail. Why? Because the actual test result already exceeded the limits. Let me straightforward. So apart from this portion, we are able to test 850 versus 130. Okay, now in terms of number of splice, electors, everything, they do have their own dB loss. Because yesterday when we talked about copper UTP, didn't mention anything about the loss on the connector 55. But fiber we do have. Each connection they will do have a cable loss. Yeah? Even the cable itself. Right? Okay, this is the single mode fiber. Right? For the single mode fiber, 9 micrometer with a 125. 9 micrometer is slightly tiny compared OM5. OM5, 50 micrometers. OM2, 50 micrometers. However, for the single mode, only 9 micrometers. Okay, so what is the differences between single mode and multi mode? Single mode, they are running frequency 1310 and also 1550. They going inside fiber like this. Multi mode side by side. So this is the main differences between these two. Yeah. So let's say okay, so this is for M. Okay, this is for M. Okay, cosine is totally different. Cosine is totally different. Now, when we set up the signal from this unit goes to our remote, under these portions, Right? When we say that my single mode will be going in first, then after that we will be coming in another one. So technically the green one is a, let's say 1310. Then after that they will be followed by this one is a 1550. But for the multi-mode, normally this reflection like this, right? Then they become something like this. So technically this one is a 850, then the other one is a 1300. So you can see how the flux travel into the fiber. So that's why for the single mode, we are going straight 1310, and then after that 1550 will follow me behind. Not side by side. Side by side only for multi-mode. Right. So for these portions, what will happen if we are trying to splice between two different cables? For example, UTP we cannot cut in the middle, try to combine, no. UTP cables, our copper cables, they say short. What we have to, we try to cut, try to what we call it combine, no. Fiber we do have. Fiber they will offer you the alternative solution. For example, my cable damaged in the between, what I can do is a splicing. The term is a splicing. Then in terms of splicing itself, we are using splicing machine, which is I would like to combine two different cables become into one. Right? Let's say I do a fiber A, fiber B. Right? I can combine it. So when I combine it, this process we call it as a splicing. From the fiber to fiber, we combine this one, we call it splicing. They do have their own machines in order to splice. Yeah? Okay, so in order to splice, please ensure the core size still same. OM4, OM4, yes. Yeah? If you try to combine between OM1 to OM3, what will happen might be one of your wavelength diverges into the black because core size is different. Yeah? So possibility, let's say we are drug testing bidirectional, might be from the biggest core going into multi-diverse. But if you are trying from the small core going into big one, might be fast. However, depends on your solutions. But nowadays, our splicing machine, they do have their own camera and so on. Let's say we try to splice between two different core, the machine itself will automatically reject. They automatically reject it, which is you are unable to proceed. If you press yes, then we still give you the warnings, unable to proceed. Yeah? Okay. Right, then this one. Okay, for this one, what we call it as a, as you can see on our cables, right? On the table, we do have two different cables. But with this one, what we call it is an encyclo plug. Then the rest are without encyclo plug. For the flow under test reference board, especially on multi-mode, you are required to use this one. Why? Because this one to reduce the measurement uncertainty from 60% to 10%. Because, for example, like this one, we call it something like filter to balance your measurement. Why? Because multi-mode, they are running side by side. So this one will be coming to your encyclo plug, stabilize first, then only shoot into your coming to test. Without encyclo plug, what will happen? We also don't know who is coming in first. So that's why encyclo plug to control, which is to reduce the measurement uncertainty. So the question must be asked to you regarding on this one. Remember, for EF compliant with the certified program, yes, you must use the full PRC. You cannot use third party. Because for the third party, they don't have any encyclo plug. So that's why when they run the test result will show you as a fail due to high dB loss. Yeah? Right. So I need to validate all these questions. Normally they are seen with the exam. Okay. So for these questions, right? Okay. Under overfill, under field, and also EF compliance, right? Okay, so for this question, if we are not using the correct test system board, what will happen to our side might be the laser that is come out, might be overfill, less field, and what we call it is not enough wavelength to come in. Right. So for this one, the overfill condition is light vector A, which is can travel into our fiber. Okay, what will happen without the excited plug? Might be the laser coming from this first chamber going to your link is an overload. So that's why when the test result, sometimes it is go to the negative dB loss. But if you are giving by using maybe third-party brand cable dashboard, however, this one is a Chinese brand, what will happen? Maybe underfill, which is the laser come out from the mains, less power, then we go into the negative test. This is underfill. So that's why for this solution, what we will have here, if we are using ancestral plug or fluke test circuit cord, which is be able to reduce the measurement uncertainty, then that's why, let's say from this our test circuit cord going to your fiber that you want to test equivalence. The power itself from this one, you figure it out to reduce the measurement, then going to the fiber. So not overfill, not underfill. So that's why we always encourage the end user to use fluke test circuit cord to prevent of dB loss. Right. Okay, so we do the review number 1 first. Right. Okay, so far before we start review number 1, any questions? Or still hanging? Still hanging?
No question. Good.
Good, there's no question. I hope you can be able to digest, because this fiber is new for you guys. So I try to make it simple as we can. So at least you can digest, can understand what the fiber. Right. So fiber, once you do the production, you cannot leave it on the floor. Scan, break, and so on. Okay, so question number 1. Right, you can see there. Okay, so why should we never look into fiber? Yes, they can damage. Nice. Right. So above from the wavelength 250 or higher, nothing we can see. Right. So the next question: what is the difference between OM2 and also OM3 fiber? This one go more towards to this one, the modern bandwidth. The difference frequency. Yeah. If the question asking you with the multiple answer, might be the fiber designation as well, the color itself. Right. So the next one, what is the maximum length you can run on 10G base XR2? The maximum length. Okay, so you open up your, you put the timetable there. Okay, so what is the maximum length you will run? For 10G base, this one is a 400 meters per IEEE. This one subject our designation and also the distance for the cable itself. Because they say, listening IT asking the vendor, okay, I would like to get 40 gig connection. Is it possible? Yes. Then the IT consultant will propose to them, okay, so in order to get for 10 gig, I will have to do the site visit, then I will have to check the length from the server room going to floor or switch. Then maximum based on IEEE and also PIA around 400 meters per day. I say I would like to get 40 gig, what will happen? Normally we suggest them to go for single mode. Right? Okay, so why is it important to know which OM fiber you are testing? So this one affect on what support applications appear on your order of web. Okay, so we say I would like to test the OM3, but OM3 will show you 140 gig basically. So we have to know what type of application you want to test. Right? So the next one, what does having an EF compiler last for you? So technically this one is a reduce your measurement uncertainty for 60% to 10% within multi-mode source. Remember, N-cycle plug only have in the multi-mode. That's not available for single mode. Right? Everybody are not ready?
Yes.
Ready to the photo? Okay, so next topic is configuring the certified control. Right. So later on we show you we need to run test. Okay. Right. So I need you to turn on your main unit together with your remote. Right. This one I check memang battery kosong. So I check again. So you can use it. Okay. The rest I think should be okay. So dia punya right? Okay, alright, so this one should be for you guys. Okay, alright, so from this one, what we have to do is that we want to project Cctt. Okay, so for this version, we have to go to the home button. Right, from the home button, I need you to press on the project. Okay, go to the project here. Now, for this portion, I need you to go to the change project. Right, so from this new change project, I need you to click on the new project here. Right, under this new project, I need you to give the name is a Cctt3. Yeah? And you follow? Yes. Alright? Okay, so this one, enter the name is a Cctt3. Right, so after that, as you can see, you just press the button down. Right, so the next one, okay, I need you to click on this one, the test setup. Okay, and you follow this one, please press the test setup. Okay, so under this test setup, right, please click on the test start here. Right, test start. Test start. Okay, so when you press test start, you have 4 different applications here. Right, okay, so technically here we will have smart remote. Then the next one we will have is loop back. Then we will have is a button source. Okay, now for this portion, in order to run the test, especially for fiber, we always go for smart remote because when we run the test, we test 2 different cables at the same time. Because for copper, we cannot do copper one by one. Once done, pick up, then another one. But for the fiber itself, we can do 2 different scores at the same time. Right, so they do have their own regulation. So example, the standard cabling, we are required to use smart remote because after that we are asking you to do bidirectional testing. This one, let's say I want to use for loop back. Let's say I don't have rack, server rack. For this patch panel, go to this patch panel because the range is too short. I can use this kind of method. Yeah, under the same rack. If the rack A and rack B, I will use this one. I cannot use this one because the cable is too long. Yeah? Then last one, I need you to write down my notes. Technically, for power and source, only SMAPC. SM single. The color itself is yellow. Then the commutator itself is green. They want to represent APC. So it's for single mode APC only for power and source. Right? So, previous class was some question. Azlan, is it possible for me to use smart remote to back for single mode? Yes, no issue here. But for power and source, we only for SMAPC. Yeah? Right. So for this one, after the test setup, and we go through it, they do have it in the bidirectional testing. Some of cable manufacturer will asking you to do bidirectional testing, which is for mains going to the remote and remote coming back. So during the process, you have one time test, however, you may get 2 different results. So later on, during the hands-on, we ask you to on this bidirectional testing. But because for those who are remote with the installation, last time I got one customer, they did some mistake which is for bidirectional test, the link is off. So when they submit the applications to the cable supplier mentioned, hey, you are not following the correct method. So I need to do retest. So can you imagine if you do have around 2,000 points to run the test, wasting your time. Right? So based on the bidirectional testing, remember yesterday when we talked about recertify. we change it, test limits, everything. Once bidirectional is not complete, we cannot do RC or we cannot do resimplify. You have to go now back to your side, run the test again. Yeah? Right. So for these questions, right? So today we do it on. However, bidirectional testing, I need to highlight, depends on your contract. If the end user is asking you to do bidirectional testing, you have to give it a point. Right? So if you did, we just leave it as off first. Okay, so the next one. Okay, now under this one, we call it as a TIA standard. Can bring subsystem shall be tested in this one direction. So meaning is a one. This one because if there is one. However, for the wavelength itself, must be two wavelength. May not be one. So they say I would like to test for the single mode 850. Sorry, I would like to test for multi mode 850 together 1310. You cannot choose one only. Must be two. Remember this morning I showed you the tables, we got two wavelength, right? So cannot choose one, must be two. Similar for the single mode set, must be two, can be one. Yeah? Right? Okay. Then right? So for this one, okay, we can see the fiber type. Okay, so this fiber type we can click on more. Okay, so this one we can go to generate. Okay, so under generate, we will come up with only this one, starting from OM1 so to S2 instead of cable. But for the fiber, there's not have any FUTP, UUTP, whatsoever. No, they are for cable only. Fiber, straightforward. There's no foil whatsoever. There's no shield some more. Huh? Okay, so for this question, whenever we click on generate, I need you to go for the M4 multi 50. 50 represent core size. They say if you can on this one, OF1 multiple 62.5. This is represent core size. This is all core size. Right? So why OS doesn't mention the core size? Because doesn't matter OS1 OS2, we are using the same core size, 9 micrometer. Only multiple because several. Right. Then for this portion, we are selecting OM4. Okay, so from this portion, we do have fiber type setting. Under this fiber type setting, we do have IOR. This one we call it is an index of reflections. So technically, for the multiple, when we run the test, we only occur for you is that 2 wavelengths, 850 and also 1300. Yeah? So how they calculate this one index of reflections? I need you to highlight this one. Might be they do some acronym exam. What is an IOR? IOR represents index of reflections. It's not internet, this is the index of reflections. Yeah? So how about the function? The one is to use the calculate the length of cable. Remember yesterday when we talked about UTP, we are using propagation delay. When we send in the signals going to cable, we use 1 nanosecond on the cable set. But for the fiber, we are using index of reflections. Yeah? Right. So this one value depends on the fiber type you are selected. If you are selecting the single mode, then I will show you this one, single mode 1310 and also 1550. Yeah? Right, so I will create normally this one. I will have this view of light in picture, which is fiber. So this is example for how you calculate. Right, okay, so for these questions, right, okay, now under the test limit, okay, when you click on the test limit, right, for example, in this one, we go to more, okay, so this one, they do have several, okay, so technically under this question, you have custom, PRA, application, channel, everything, and so on. Okay, but today for our learning purposes, we have to go for a custom. Okay, remember whenever we do the custom, we do have some stop on the your cables already and so on. Right. So for the custom itself, I need you to press on custom. Okay. So I need you to go to the manage. Okay, so from this question, I need you to create. Okay, so this one, I need you to give a name. Is a FNet MM. For this, I will give names. And Okay, so we've got okay, that's done. Okay, so for this portion under the length, okay, please click on the length here. So I need you to change. For those who are using meter around, please keep it in form of meter. For the tester what feet, I need you to write down 1312. Your tester using feet or meter? Meter using 400. For those who are using feet, 1312.
Tension.
Yeah?
I'm using feet, but tension.
Chain and meter also.
How?
Oh, to change, you have to go back to your home screen. Later, alright. Okay, so for this portion, so you bring in a 400 meter or 1312 feet. You can bring it down. Okay, right. So for these portions under custom, I need you to write down. Custom, we have two different categories based on feet or length base. Only have two things. Okay, so for this one. If the question asking you about this one in terms of custom we do have only things. We got here, and also we do have here is a length base. Right? Okay, there are two different things. Yeah, I need to put it down. Because the question might be asking you based on custom test limit, what we can choose, fixed and also length base. Yeah? Okay, so we go through with the length base first. Okay, so at the moment you don't need to click everything that we go through first. Okay, so technically for length base limit, the limit is calculated by Cctt Pro. Then we change on based on the type of fiber that we enter. So the length of fiber that we measure together with the number of connection that we enter, number of splice, rigorous method enter. Right. Okay, now for this one, since the cable is set based on length, actually our connection, splice, everything, this one we can do customization as well. But this one depends on customer requirement and also the cable manufacturer spec. Yeah? Right. So by default, we are using connection is a 0.75. Then splice source is a 0.3 dB. Then for the length of cable, at the moment we are using 3 dB per km. This is for loss by the cable itself. Then for another 1300, the one is a 1.5 or 1 dB per km. Now, based on this cable that we have to test, as you can see, we do have two connections. This one and this one, two connections. Then this is the cable that we would like to test. Remember yesterday when we talked about copper, from permanently going inside your patch panel, you only have to measure the horizontal cables on the right. Similar concept in this one as well. So technically from our test reference board, going to patch panel or going to your coupler, then this is the cable we have to test. Okay, now how they are going to calculate. Right? For example like this one, 0.75 dB times 2, because we have 2. Yes, there's no space in the between. The one is a 0. If they do have space in the between, you have to get it around 0.3. Yeah? Right. So then the best part about this one, the cable length itself. Remember, the loss from fiber 8850, as you can see on the page, is at 3 dB per km. They mentioned there 3 dB per km. So what we have to do is to convert first. Because in our tester, we only able to read feet and meters. We cannot do for kilometers. So technically this one, right? How do you get this one? So 3 dB per km means you have to divide by 1000. So we become 1, 2, and 3. 0.003. Right? Then you times together with your cable length 100. So then what we go back 1, 2. So technically we become as a 0.3 dB. You got it? And understand and follow? Right? Okay. Okay, okay. So so this one I can padam. Right. So let's say for example like this one. Okay, since our cable dimensions there 3 dB per km. Our tester cannot do for kilometers, only for meters. So what we have to do, we have to divide by 1000. So technically this one 1, 2, and 3. So when we convert this one, we become 0.003 dB per meter. Right? Then our cable here is now 100 meters. So technically this one 0.03 times we got 100. Right? So when you fix times 100 is 1 and 2. So for this cable loss around 0.3 dB. This is how it's done. You get it? Aku easy only lah, times only lah. Okay. So this one, what may happen if my cable is around 50 meters only? So from this portion just the time we got 50 meters. So this one depends on cable step. So this one default here is just 0.3 dB. Right. So based on this one, on this configuration setup that we just done, okay, so total loss allowed for the leading itself is 1.8 dB. So like calculate everything. Based on the budget around 1.8 dB. So when we run the test, please ensure our test results below than the limits. For example, we drive our car in highway and the maximum is 110. If we go more than 110, definitely we kena saman. So we have to go below than that in order to pass. So similar concept in a fiber test. As long as your test result below than the limit, then should be passed. Yeah? Right. Okay, so for this portion, as you can see, when we run the test, we have two connection, 0 splice, 1 implemented. Right? Okay, so any questions so far for this one?
For the splice, how do we know how much of the loss is splice?
Okay, so before we start any testing, right, we have to know first our cable, is there any splice or not? If they do have splicing, only we add in. Then, based on splicing, for example, here as you can see, brother, splice loss is 3 dB per km by default. By standard. That's why 3 dB, 0.3 per slice. So let's say we do have splice in the between, this one will become 0.3 already. So we add up more loss.
So the splice loss is based on our settings, but how do we know?
Okay, normally the new installation, they will not asking you to add this splice. Unless because some existing cable that we need to repair. Right? So for example, they say I do have one cable here. Okay, I do have one fiber. Suddenly my cable breaks in the middle. When we run the test by using ONS, fail. So I take up my OTDR, run the test, then they will show you this fail. Okay, remember last time when our TM rotator, they did it run up the fiber. So what they do, instead of the layer from this one to this one, what they do is that they go for this one, they cut in the middle, so they do splicing here. So this portion they will remove, they will put new fiber in the between. Then they will call it splicing for this portion. So when we run the test, meaning for this one, the new cable, we only have 2 splices for this portion. So that's why whenever we run a test, we should know how many splicing we need to have.
Also, the number of splices is at least 2.
Depends, but the maximum is 20, but the more splices is not very good one. Yeah? Right? Okay, so you guys stay in condo or landed? Landed. If landed, if I'm not mistaken, for example, the ISP such as TM, they got one pole going behind to your house. Before that, they do some small box, your taman whatsoever. The one we call it is an exchange. So normally they will splice the exchange there. They will splice on that portions. So from that pole going towards to your house directly, they will splice on that portions. So we can see the direct cable without splicing. Actually, they splice on the box there. So this is what we call it, splicing. But they should know lah in order to run the test. Yeah? Okay. So for this portion, so far any questions regarding to this?
So the estimated loss for those splicing connection 0.75 and 0.3 is set at 7.
Yeah, by default is 0.3. If they do some user requirement 0.2, you can change it 0.2. This one customization. If by default standard 0.3, you won't change.
So the connection is 0.7 plus.
Yeah, why 0.0? Because the connections, there's no splice in the between. then the fiber loss itself is a nanometers, not 0.3. Yeah? Right. Okay. So the next one, the SCSC versus MPO module. Remember, for the fiber itself, we do have a lot of design. And for those who are involved in data center or banking, the data center normally we are using is a MPO cable, which is under the same cable they got around 12 core, 24 core, 26 core, 98 core. Meaning inside this one they do have several fiber going in. Right? So for this one, they do have some small connector because as you can see on our tables here, this is the common that we are using, standard commercial. Because one core, one connector. But for those who are involved with installation MPO, especially on data center in banking, they are using multiple. Later on, I'll show you the design outside. It's very tiny, but inside they do have fiber. Right? Okay. So for this one, how is outside the fiber module inside under the cassette? This one we call it the cassette. So the cables come out from here with the MPO. Under this portion, we call it the tail. Pigtail will connect to your coupler. So the means going inside here, then they will run the test. Yeah? Right. So for these portions, right, normally we are selecting either these two. They say the standard component of MPO module. Yeah? Right. Okay, so now remember under cluster we got the length base and also fixed. So this one I would like to go to first. Okay, so this one based on the fixed, you can enter the loss limit. This one type of fiber. Length of fiber, number of connections, number of splices, reference method, and others. Right. So let's say under fixed, your customer already mentioned. Okay. So now for my connections, I'm not using the standard because standard is a 0.5 dB. Now I like to use macro. Is it possible? Yes. Then we can go on the fixed limit. So under the fixed limit, what we can do here? From this portion fixed, you can change it from 0.5 or equal to 0.5. So under the fixed limit, technically it's same calculation. However, from 0.5 we become as a 0.5. Then this one we have two different connection, 0.5 times 2. Then there's no spacing in between. Then our fiber loss still remain 0.003 times with the 100 meters. So you can get 0.3. Then for this total limit loss for this type of testing around 1.3 dB. Remember, whenever you run the test, please ensure the test results are below than 1.3 dB. Then I'll show you the pass. Yeah? Right. Okay, so far any question? What will happen between fixed and also length base? Length base, we are using standard dB loss. Fit, we can customize for instructions. Yeah? Right. Next, right? So for this portion, when we click on this, we will show you an A. Sorry, okay. So for overall loss here, 850, we show you an A. In order to get on this number, you can fix it yourself. So for example, like this one, overall loss for 850 dB, you are using 1.3 dB. Meaning 1.3 has to divide by 1000. This is based on customized. However, this customization normally end user not really use it because it's quite hard for them to digest. Why? Because sometimes this one you need to follow this one. Why not we are using the standard easier? Yeah, they do have pro and cons. Yeah, right.
Why there is 1.3 and 1.3 different?
Okay, so technically, for example, like this one, under the fixed limit, normally right here, the fixed limit we are following the standard is a 3 dB per km. That's why they show you as an MA. Because MA we can customize everything. So based on our fixed budget, so overall loss 1.0, normally we are using standard 3 dB per km. But because of customer requirement, they are asking you to use their own specific, which is from 3 dB per km, we are using 1.3 dB per km. So they tighten up the test limit now. So you can click on this portion for the overall. Then for this one, you just key in the number of the request.
This
one just to show you what is the difference. I'll show you. No, for this one. Not for this one. This one based on standard fix. Right, so let's say based on this one. So
Okay, for the fixed one, we ignore all the connection, all this, and then just click 1.35.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Because this is kalau without A, I mean without the fixed number for this loss, they are using 3 dB per km. But the customer requires the Azlan, since I would like to test the table, I don't want to use standard 3 dB per km. I would like to use 120 dB per km.
Includes the connection, includes all those.
Yeah.
So
Very tight. So you can customize to click on this one. From standard MA not available, actually 3 dB per km. Now we change it to 1.35. Okay, so let's say what is finished, click the button done. Right. Okay, so for this portion now, for this one is no longer using 3 dB per km anymore. They are using 1.35 dB per km. So the next test we will show you, okay, which is 100 times 0.0125. So we did it for the next step, which is they try to minimize the loss.
I was trying to figure out what is the difference between fixed and lag base. Lag base is the longer of the fiber chap, the higher the loss.
Yes.
And then, but the fixed one is no matter how long your fiber is, the loss will be less than 1.3.
Yep. So.
Okay.
So that's why we do have a fixed and so lag base. So and in this lag base we have indicated the lag. Then at the same time we can customize our splicing, everything and so on. But for this fixed, as you can see on the below there, there's no changing on dB loss and so on. So this one we have to keep, this one is right? Got it? Okay, so this one, under these portions, right, for this dot type parameter, okay, from this one going back to our parameter, I need you to select on this one. Okay, so try to press whenever you click on this parameter, what will happen? Nothing happen. So when you click on the connector, when you change it, then the connector lost. Right? Yeah. So for this question, when we type on the connector, now connection I need you to change. Right? Please select on the connection over here. Right? Okay, when you press, now the standard value is 0.75. I need you to key in exact 0.5. Huh? Okay, so for this portion, when you change it to 0.5, right? Then for the loss dB itself, the below here, please check. You are using 3 dB per km or 3.5? That's it. 3 dB, right? 3 already. So this one 3.5, not 3.5. Okay, so let's say this one we go to just click on this portion, right? If yours is at 3.5, I need you to change it. If not, just leave it. Right? Okay, so this one, whenever we amend the value from 3.5 become 3 dB. Now the value already changed for you. So the next one, for this 1300 nm, I need you to check. Your tester mention is a 1.5 or 1.5 dB? 1.5. Okay. So for this portion under 1.5, I need you to change it become 0.1. 1.0 dB. Alright. Alright. So for this one, I need you to press on save. Why we are ignore this one? Why? Because we would like to test on multi-mode. So this waveform represents single mode. So this one we leave it there. No need to press anything. Yeah? Okay, so from this button, press the button save. Now, After you save, it will come up for you the custom test limit here. Whenever we put some star, this is represent custom. It could be your custom test limit, it could be your custom cable type, or it could be custom outlet configuration. Remember, for this UTP and also fiber, there's no outlet configuration for you. You are following the standard one. Yeah? Right. So for this portion, I need you to click on the net MM. Right. So as you can see, the test limit already changed to MM. Right. So this one I will not go through the reference. Okay, I need you to highlight for this. Okay. So they do have here is a 3 different jumper. Right. Normally in question we ask you which jumper is preferred by cable manufacturer. They always go for one jumper. Jumper 2 is not recognized, it's not permitted for cabling warranty. Then 3 jumper normally we are using for MPO cables. I need you to write down beside 3 jumper. Put here is the MPO cables. MPO. Okay. Right. So for this one, right. So I will let you go through with the for this one. Okay. Later on, I have already they do have 3 different methods. One jumper, 2 jumper, 3 jumper. One jumper normally we are using for warranty. 2 jumper is for permitted. 3 jumper we are using for MPO. Okay. So later on they put some slide. I will explain what the differences between 1, 2, and 3 jumper. What's the difference? Yeah. Right. Right. So the next one under the standard number custom test limit, I need you to highlight because some question might be asking you regarding on this one. So technically for the standard test limit, we offer consider as too easy. That's why the cable manufacturer will offer you with much more product, which is standard limit will suffer the complex configurations. So that's why all cabling standard test limit are length dependent. So that's why all application based on limit. So I need to highlight for this question. All application based limit are fixed limit. So sometimes question might be asking you this one. Then standard limit normally manufacturer we go for that. Then please highlight this 3 lah. Okay, standard, cabling standard is on limit, all application based on fixed limit. So they have 3. Maybe they are asking you one of it. Yeah? Right. So this is for under standard versus custom limit. Okay, what is the standard loss limit used for various applications? Right. Okay, so whenever we run the test, we need to use our test report. So when we do the variable, this one excluded from length of cable. The only measure for this process only. Remember, when we are using permanently excluded from measurement total length. Not only horizontal cables. Right? Okay, so for this kind of portions, under the standard versus custom test limit, which reference method we are using, technically we have to use one jumper. Why? Because one jumper we start first testing before the first collision until after the last collisions. So we change everything for connections, cable and connections. Yeah? So that's why we need encourage you to use with the jumper 1. Okay. So the next one. Okay, so this is the standard compare, which is I would like to go through it. Okay, so under this portion, according to TIA, for planning and design, the collection is set around 0.5 for price is 0.3. Then for the field testing, first and last connection, and also embedded splice, this is the number right here. So this one, I need you to remember, right? The question might be asking you, might be regarding much embedded, connected, and so on. So the next slide, I will explain to you details. This is a method, testing method. Jumper is a testing method. Remember, yes?
How do you know for this? How is just like it's not different for last time?
Yeah.
这是来就是这个过程
Okay, later on we do some hands-on, I'm sharing the methods. Then at the same time, we do some time to point out the main process in this. Alright. Okay, so the next one is the placement number 5 under the proposed KAS standard. Okay, then I need to highlight here up to the loss budget calculation. Okay, so they do have some different applications here. Okay, I need you to highlight on your notes. The question will be asking you, what is the standard loss for multi-move standard to standard? The answer is 0.75 dB. Then what is the multi-move reference to reference? Is below than 0.15. Sorry, 0.1 dB. Then multi-move in standard reference is below than 0.3 dB. Okay. So, for example, like this one. Okay, so let's say from this our cable, right? From this our cable, we call it as our set reference cable. Okay, so when we plug it into this, okay, so when we plug into this, because this is our cable, what we call it is a test reference, then reference cable to reference cable for flow. So they are using is a below than 0.1 dB. However, if I'm using another brand, third party brand, from our set reference cable, going towards to this brand A, join together, then one what we call it is a so this one we call it a multi-mode standard to reference. Why? One side is coming from reference core, one side is coming from your third party cables. Another brand coming in. So this one we call it as this one multi-mode standard to reference. Then I got another scenario which is from standard to standard, where I'm using another brand together with another brand. For example, brand A and brand B, I'm connecting in between here. Then it will show you as a standard to standard. So when we're presenting standard to standard, we are using 0.75 dB as a budget limit loss. You understand? Okay. But can I get it more? Right. So for this dB loss for connection, this one we call is a connection. There are three different categories. Okay, for example, multi-mode standard to standard, meaning I'm not using fluke, I'm using the 30 band cables. Cables. So in order to join for these questions, right, from standard cable to standard cables, I show you because it's a green color from company A, brand A and brand B. So by using this one standard to standard, when I combine, they are following this number 0.75 dB. That's the dB loss. But
the middle connector is not important.
this one is a coupler.
Coupler all three is the same.
That's all the same.
No, not coupler brand C. Then come different.
This one is standard all together.
Okay. So
Okay.
Coupler no.
Coupler no issue.
Okay.
But this one, okay. So another brand A to brand B. This one we call it a multi-mode standard to standard. Now, they say since we would like to do some testing, before that we need to do some set reference. Okay, now, whenever I would like to do some set reference from standard cables, brand A, connecting with the flow. This one will become is a multi-mode standard to reference. So this one is current from third party cable going to flow cable. This one the connection itself the more to standard to reference. Then the value around below than 0.3 dB. Another scenario which is from flow to flow. So another scenario. this one, fluke to fluke. So we are using reference as below that 0.8. Yeah, I hope you can get the picture.
So fluke to fluke, the loss is the F1.
Yes, minimum. Why? Because the fluke itself, normally our end face we are using ceramic instead of glass. So in terms of light traveling, this one is a more accurate, then it will not spread into others. Yeah?
If brand A is also the first scenario.
This one.
A, brand A to brand A.
Brand A to brand A also similar.
No matter brand B to brand B also this
Yes.
scenario. Brand A to brand C also.
Yes. Standard. Brand A with the fluke, this one.
They use a little bit.
Fluke to fluke, this one.
If brand A use ceramic,
Because for standard, because in the market for standard patch cord, normally they are using glass because it's cheap. Ours one plastic there, 2,000 glass. One plastic there, 2,000 glass. This one third party normally is 200, 300 ringgit only. So normally using glass.
Your food half a
2,000 plus.
2,000 plus.
He very good. Rapi lah dan
Right? Okay, so the next one. Okay, so I would like to touch a bit regarding on the one jumper reference. Okay, now before this we're talking about one jumper, two jumper, and so three jumper. Remember, for these questions under one jumper reference, they will start measurement for you before the first condition towards to the last condition. Right now, I need you to open up your main unit. Okay. Please click on the jumper. Okay. Now you can see on jumper 1, they will start before the first connector until after the last connector. Right? You can see they will line to there. Right. Then the measurement will be start before the first connection until after the last connections. Then what is the difference between the two jumper? Two jumper they will start after the first connection until after the last connection. Now you can press on your tester. Please select two jumper. Right? So we skip on the first part. Oh, but it's only one. We only measure one only. They only measure one connection only. So that's why the cable manufacturer will accept this one. Yeah.
where are we?
Yeah, one. Click. Yeah, click on the jumper. Yes.
One here, two here,
So by default we have to measure two different connectors, but since we are choosing two jumper, they only measure one connection only. So it's not very accurate. Yeah? Right. So this one, since the one connection has to be different out, we only measure one connection only. So this is not correct base. Yeah? Right. So this one three jumper reference. Technically, for three jumper reference, we always go for MDO cable. MDO cable is slightly different from our standard cable here, which is they do have access on LC take out. This is the cable they would like to test. Now, for the measurement, they will be start on the first connector itself going towards the cable. So that's why it's slightly different. Now, I need to click on your tester. Please go to three jumper. See what is the differences. Yeah. Yes, right. So when you choose the three jumper, the first connection and last connection will be excluded from measurement. So that's why when we run the test, it's quite important for us to get the connection. That's why we always go for one jumper. What will happen if method two jumper, three jumper, or one jumper, we did some mistake? We are unable to rectify everything because the method is wrong. Huh? Okay, so the measure first and last connection included for measurement. Right, so for this portion, I'm going to the time. Right, when you are selecting this one, what will happen to you? Right? So technically this one they do have several spelling data. They got here is a SC, SP, SC, and LC, but now in the market there is a C. Yours on the table is a C, slightly bigger. Yeah? So this one, what is the difference? It depends on your patch panel design on the level of glasses itself. Right? So what we have done for the result does not change anything, but this one for the documentation purposes only. However, if you are going to apply the random testing, certain fiber will automatically begin testing after you solve the fiber. So I need you to highlight here. So let's say we would like to do bidirectional testing. If you are using the LC or SC, later on the machine itself will show you the simulations. It will show you how to swap automatically for you. So when you swap, the test result will automatically save your result. This size different design section. So okay, now I am your set everything is SC. If they do have SC to SC, meaning one side is bigger, one side is smaller. Depends on the design. But this our set is SC to SC. That the design is only. Right? So this one, at the moment, we have to choose SC as our first. Right? Okay, now for this portion, I need you to highlight. Right? For the power meter port input can be accept UTC and also ABC. I need you to highlight here. Remember, please look into your tester. We do have 3 different ports on the top of the tester itself. The middle one we call is an input. The middle one we call is an input. The left hand side is the output. Right? So the input able to support UTC and also ABC. They do have to support. Right? Okay? So you can see. So they say I would like to connect directly from this part to this one. Right. So for this portion, as you know, right? Just as I say, then that one cannot actually is an eligible character. But no. Just remove the gap here. Just remove the gap. No need to open up. Just remove the gap. For example, this one, I will not twist. Just take out the gap. Just take out the gap. Just take out the gap. Alright, so for these questions, both will be saved. Right, okay, now we have to delete the table ID. Remember yesterday when we ran for the table ID set, we able to reach around 20 different table ID set. Similar as well for fiber. So this one, don't need to delete it, just do it first. Delete, delete, never mind. So we take the new ID set. So for this portion, take the new ID set. So enter ID number is 001A. Then the last value we just put here is a 012D. Right, so after that I click done. So this one I need you to select media is a fiber. Okay, so this one I need you to go for loss and man. Tap on this one, loss and man. Then for this portion I need you select the smart loop as well. And then press the button save. Yeah. Okay, so for this one, apart from this, we also able to create criteria for syntax character as well. Okay, this one we just go through. Right. So the criteria operator is covered standards. So under this portion, right, they said we test also. Okay, so under this one, we test for this module itself. We do have the Fiber Pro. So the test unit here we do have around 4. So technically this one. Under the interface unit, right, we do have 4 different categories. Okay, so this one we go through only, Okay, so technically, in order to do some testing on the fiber expansion, Right? We do have some 4 limits here. I need to highlight your notes. Sometimes the question might be asking you how many limits we are going to be for fiber solution. We do have 4. MM, SM, negative 46, SM, 45, and so SM, APC. So, can you imagine this is our interface? I would like to do some dimensions. What we have to do, when we plug in our main unit together with our fiber solution, then we run the test, then we will show you how it looks like. Is there any problem? If yes, then in terms of this one, is it able to clean it up or not? So if you do some crack whatsoever, it will be stated on your interface. Once your fiber crack, then you can throw it away already. You can use it more. Yeah? If something like smudge or oil whatsoever, you can clean it up. Yeah? Right. Okay, so this one, for this portion, remember, sometimes the question might be asking you regarding on this flow chart. Let's say from the cleaning, always to connect. If something wrong happens, we ask you to inspect by using the camera, we check. If they do have some oil whatsoever, you have to clean it up, then you can repeat the process. If damaged, you can throw away your that's the report. Yeah? Right. So for these portions, if they do have some what we call it contaminations, you can clean it up, then please retest again. Then they will show you from the fail going to pass. Yeah? So in the middle one, normally this is the core. As long as there's no blockage on the core, the cable will to pass. Right? Okay, so this one we just do it. For example, setting the empty limits. For the hand type also we do it for MPO cable as well. However, for the MPO, we have to select how many fiber is there. Then after that, just click the done. Okay, press the save. Okay, this one is selected. Okay, so for this portion, normally we have to change it for you. Never mind, later on we do some hands-on, we do the hands-on, we do some fiber expressions. Okay, so this one, the cost contamination, this is a new rectifier install. If something wrong, we do some what we call is fingerprint, smart, and so on for contamination. We will use this one. However, we do have some cleaning kit on your table. As you can see here, this is what we call it the fiber cleaning kit. Inside, they do have track. It contains a board. Now, in order to clean it up, you have to pass into your interface or pass into your what we call it as a fiber connector. Okay, so for this portion, when we try to clean it up, then you can press it. So after this one, if you want to use the testing with the MPO, we do have another model. We call it the FI3000. Then this one is slightly different from our FI1000 as you can see on tables. Yeah, this is fiber inspection for FI1000s. They do come together with 4 different things. However, this is not suitable for MPO cables. MPO cable, they do have their own fiber inspections. Yeah? Right? Okay, so this one, they do have 2 different zones and so on. Right, so this MPO, there's another test that you can check, so we left all right. Okay, so the next one is the cleaning kit. However, it's a very sensitive to the dust based on the reflection. So that's why they do have offer you 2 different solutions, which is break to break cleaning is always better. As you can see on the table, we do have here is a 2.5. This is for SC connector. If you are using for small connector, we encourage you to use 1.25. This one already by standard doesn't matter what brand you are using, only have 2 different sizes on it. Yeah? 1.25 for LC, 2.5 for SC. Because the size is slightly bigger and this one is smaller. Huh? Right. So let's say the worst case, there's no cleaning kit, but I do have a alcohol. So please ensure the alcohol itself is more than 98%. Normally for those who are doing fiber, spicy 17, they come together with alcohol to clean up the wax outside, do the splicing. But worst case, there's no alcohol, you can use nylon tissue to clean up on wax. Then this one you cannot use for alcohol from pharmacy. In order to cuci our lupa, that one is around 70 only. It's not enough. Otherwise, we believe it is a watermark. Yeah. Right. So this is the old method. Then actually this one will do something like and. From this portion we go to and method. So this one old traditional way in order to clean up your base. Yeah. Right. Okay. So this one due to our new tester, we got the new quantity pen and hybrid. So we just plug in, run the test blade. Right. Okay. So this one later on we do some instant mechanic record. So this one, whenever we do, we have to plug in the tester, we have to run the test. Okay, so under this portion, they actually do some screwdriver, this is what we call it, to focus and take the photo. Right? Okay, so apart from the cable, we also able to measure on input as well. Right? Okay, so this one. Let's say after we cleaning later, right? You can say they do have protection cap. I need you to put the cap back because we would like to prevent damage from inside. Yeah? Okay. So for these questions, right? We are do all this exercise. Then later on we do some exercise. Okay. Now we do the review at number 2. Okay, so question number 1, what are the 4 test steps to develop okay, there are 4. Alright, so they need to have here is a smart minimum, loop back, not end source, and also fiber instructions. So the next one is validation test is required, depends on contract. So the next one, why the two jumper method is not used for specification? Because they don't allow you to end up with negative. Why? Because they only measure one condition only. Direct, they have to measure one. So that's why they're not permitted for you to use two jumper. So selecting the LC or SC of potential, what type of one? So technically they enable auto continue after resolving fiber form by directional testing. So the machine itself will show you the simulations. Now for 1 point to 1 point, they will show you the diagram to swap. So we have to swap the position of that's the reference spot. Okay, so this one limitation of fifth and pending. This one is not very good at getting right or race. Okay, so this one, how many fiber cancer inspection limit are in the seal? So technically we will have here around 4. We got SMM, SM36, SM45, and also SM80. Yeah. So are you ready everything right now? Yes, sir? So for those who like to take the photo, please. Okay, so the next one is setting your flags. Okay, we will take some 35 or 5 minutes break, then later on we continue. Yeah, for those who like to go for the washroom, please go there. And good morning to all of you. Right. So once again, I would like to introduce myself. Okay, once again, good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us on the second day today. So before we start with our sessions, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Azlan from Darutech Instrument. So I have been in Darutech around 10 years. So technically engaging on the full level also around 10 years. So my background is coming from the IT. So that's why I'm more on the hands-on regarding on the copper and also fiber. So before we start with our fiber learnings today, so I would like to do some recap or summary on our yesterday's lessons. So as you know, for the full networks we do have copper and fiber. So for the copper itself, we have to do the calibration, then we have to set our tester accordingly. So let's say based on our cable type, the test limit we choose. Then based on the test limit itself, we do have PIA, we do have ISO. Then for the special hybrid cable, in order to run the test for M20 or hybrid, they do have their own test limit in order to pass. Then apart from that, once we are done with testing, we have to review our test results. Then based on the test result, we go through one by one the test parameter. Then after that, after we do all kinds of testing, we need to generate the report. So yesterday what we covered is a liquid PC management. That one most likely goes to what we call it software manager. Right? Then after that we do some recaps to everything. Right. So today, as you can see on the table, right, we do have here is a fiber set. Right? Technically, this morning we will have to cover LTS first. Maybe after that we will cover one or TDR. So for the fiber, we do have two different categories, tier 1 and also tier 2. So technically, they say I would like to do some campus warranty for submissions. All I need is a LTS tier 1. So during the process, later on when we do some hands-on, I will ask you to do the set reference and everything. So as you can see on your tables, we do have main, remote, then we do have here what we call it as a fiber module, the behind one. Remember yesterday I showed you in order to swap the module, just take out, right? So just take this module, plug in. Okay, so I would like to do some recap as well. So remember, the only thing that we need to calibrate is a fiber module only. Versus smart remote or versus mainframe doesn't require any calibrations. Yeah? So whenever you set up for calibrations, they will state the serial number based on your module. Yeah? Right. So apart from this one, right, as you can see on the behind, they do have here is a quad module, technically able to support single mode and also multi mode. So for the fiber itself, we only have two types, single mode and multi mode. In order to use, depending on your design and also your location as well. Yeah? Right. So apart from this module, in order to run the test, we also do have here is this is what we call it as a launch. This is what we call it the test record. So for yesterday, we said we would like to do for the copper, we do have channel editor, we do have a permanent link editor and so on. But for fiber over LTS, you need to use this one as an accessories. So technically now in our demo set or training kit, we are using for multi-mode. Okay, so apart from that, as you can see, we do have here is what we call is fiber inspections. So later on during the hands-on, I need you to inspect your fiber in place. If they do have some damage, damage or dirty as over, then we do have here is a clean pen to clean up the end face. Because fiber is really sensitive with the dust. This is not like a copper. Copper doesn't mean that you cannot dust whatsoever, still with but fiber no. Yeah? Right. Then in order to run the test, they come together with several tips depending on your end face. Right? Okay, so I believe inside this box they do have 4 different tips. Okay, because for the fiber connector itself, we do have a different type of connector. Copper, we do have RJ55 and others, M20 and but for this fiber, we do have 4 different SC, LC, ST, then FC. But now in the market, we only use LC and SC only. However, subject to your patch panel design and also your devices. Okay, so this one is a simulator. Later on, after we do some setup and everything, we run the test by using this. Remember yesterday we are using copper. Our UTP cables require to run the test. But this one, we are using this simulator. So at least during the hands-on, we are able to identify what it looks like when the cable is passed and it looks like the cable is failed. Right. Any questions so far? Any questions? So if there's no questions, today our training agenda is really more towards to our fiber. Right, are you guys familiar with fiber? Not really, yeah? Okay, so for fiber itself, as I mentioned, we have single mode, we have multi-mode. Then each of cable, they do have their own wavelength. Right? So yesterday, regarding some copper, we do have 100 meters representing cable A. But for fiber, we do have later on we will show. Right. So technically, this one we will cover this morning the basic fiber theory. Configure the Cctt Fiber Pro. Then we are trying to estimate what is the differences between Jumper 1, 2, and 3. Fiber cleaning, how are we going to set up, TRC verification, testing MPO, and setting the single fiber testing. So this is the topic that we will cover. Right. So after lunch, we will cover tier 2. Technically, this is more on TDR. On TDR, we are using it to troubleshoot the faulty locations. It's totally different from tier 1. Yesterday, we are using copper. We are able to test. Then at the same time, we are giving you the fault info, which is we are using HPDX and also HPDR to find out return loss of next issue. But for fiber, we have to use this one. So under this, they do have mismatch for TDR level type, setting custom estimate. Then we are using this one, launch fiber conversation. So later on, I will show you how it looks like the test necessary for TDR. It's totally different from our test protocol for LTS. Yeah? Then in order to run the test, how we are going to analyze our test result. Then last one is a Lingware Live Cloud. So yesterday we covered about Lingware PC management. But today it's more slightly on cloud. Yeah? Right. So I hope the objective and also the outcome for this training, you guys able to set up your LTS and also TDR. Then as usual, after we set everything, then we run the test, able to identify the fiber issues. Because fiber is very sensitive, might be the things coming from the connection or splicing or the fiber itself. Yeah. Then let's say we find out this issue. The next step we have to do is troubleshoot the fiber. How? We are using our TDR. So based on our TDR test result, then we only know, okay, might be the result failed due to cable break. The cable failed might be due to connections. So we have to check. Then after we see test everything, of course, we have to generate the reports. As usual, in order to generate the report, we have two types. Right? Either to be your Lingware Live or to be your Lingware PC. Remember, yesterday for Lingware PC, we have 4. USB, memory stick, USB cord, Lingware Live Cloud, and network connection. Which is they do have based on the IP base. Yeah? Right. Okay, so here I would like to give you some important safety note, especially for those who are involved with the fiber. Rules number 1 here, under no circumstance should you ever look into fiber. So, fiber itself, you are not sure this one is active or not, please do not try to see with your naked eyes directly. Why? If the power or the wavelength itself more powerful, then it can damage your eyes. So that's why we are not encouraged to look into fiber directly. That's why we come to tester to check either this thing is active or not. Yeah? Right. So this one nowadays the equipment itself we are using is a probably not damage your eyes. If you can see on our test reference card here, all those fiber cables they always come with a protection cap. Let me show you. You see, they do have protection cap there. Right. So this one, number 1, to prevent damage from this interface, and the second one to reduce the power, because some of our server room or data center they will leave it hanging there. So we are not sure this one is active or not. So that's why they put the cap. Yeah. Some of it, I mean, it's not leveling, is it active or not. So we have to do bring the tester, plug in. Then they do have readings on the tester itself, meaning the cable is active. Yeah. Okay. So please do not see like this one. You cannot see anything because the wavelength that travels into the fiber, there's no color. It's not visible. Right. Okay, so for these questions, I need you to highlight because normally the question will ask you. So for this one, the infrared itself under this, right? Before we go in further, I need you to write down for the wavelength. I don't want to touch about the point. I just want to touch about the data center. Right. So technically for multi-mode, we do have 805 nm. Then we do have here is a 1300 nm. And for this portion under single mode, which is SM, they do have here is a 1310 nm. And also this one, what we call it the 1550 nm. So this is representing the wavelength. So I need you to write down because the question might be asking you. This one represent multi-mode, this is represent single mode. Okay, in terms of capability, maximum length. Right? Okay, so maximum length for multi-mode normally is 40 kilometer. Then SM around 120 kilometer. Yeah? So this is so they say from building to building, for example, our MRT station, MRT to another station, normally we pull around single mode long range. Yeah? So that's why we need to use a tester to find out the details of the length and so on. Remember, our maximum for UTP around 120, but that's why the best way in order to get a higher bandwidth together with the distance, we go for fiber. So that's why for this question under infrared, this 850, 1200, 1450 is under infrared, which is we have any colors to see. So that's why I not recommend you to look to directly. So I need to highlight. Maybe the question might be asking you, is it possible to see any color for this wavelength? No, it's no color. Right. So the next one, okay, now in terms of fiber dissemination, right? So for the UTP, there's no what we call it standard based on your what we call it the thickness of cables, the outer jacket and so on. But for fiber, we do have. So technically, this one under multi-mode, we do have 5 different cables. This one is an optical multi-mode 1, optical multi-mode 2. Optical multi-mode 3, 4, and 5, right? Then this one is an OS, optical single mode 1, optical single mode 1A, and also OS 2, right? Based on this question, the differences between all these type of cables, for example, multi-mode is a model bandwidth. This is the frequency that we can pull out, right? Then I need you to write down here 62.5 micrometer. This is core size. So can you imagine? This is our cables, right? We have core size here. So for core size, for example, like this one, right? Okay, can you imagine this is our fiber, right? When we split things out, we will show this one. Okay, so this is the cable. Okay, this is the cable as well. So this one under single mode means this is a 9 micrometer, and for total length cable is a 125 core size length. Meanwhile for this OM they have 62.5 and also 50. But nowadays for OM1 we are not really using anymore. So technically for this portion around 50 micrometer. Meanwhile for the rest of cable itself around 125. So this is the core size inside the fiber. Very tiny. Right, so this is the core size we need to write down. So that's why they are telling you starting from M2 until M5 we are using the same core size. So can you imagine this is our fiber? The outer jacket is a 1.5 micrometer. So when I remove on the cap side, the inside represent core. So it's this one. The core size around 50 micrometer or 9 micrometer only. Right. So this one. The differences between all these of cables depending on frequency itself, model bandwidth, right? Okay, so in terms of fiber jacket and conditions color, right? As you can see on the screen, I need you to highlight. Might be the question might be asking you. Okay, so doesn't matter what brand you are using, based on standard doesn't matter DI or ISO. OM1, OM2 we are using orange color. Then starting for OM3, OM4. We are using what's similar the blue color as you can see on the tables, right? Then some of cable might be they are using Erica violet, so it's like a pink, Then for M5 we are using the lime color, right? Then for OS1, OS2 we are using yellow color as an outer jacket. So this is the standard color. So whenever I see, oh this is the yellow, I know already. This is a single mode. It won't be multi-mode, it must be single mode. Then, apart from the connector itself, we do have several, right? Okay. So this one is a blue. Sorry, this is green, blue, green. Right? Then others is gray, something like that. White one. Okay. So for this portion, they do have differences between UPC and APC type. I need you to write down. For OM, we are using UPC type, ultra polished connector. UPC. Then the color should be others. Meanwhile, for the single mode itself, normally they have two types. It could be your UPC or APC. In order to identify, now I take up the cables. Okay, now my cable is a yellow color. Then I check on the connector. If my connector is a green, meaning we are using APC type. If I take out, okay, this is the yellow color, but the connector is a blue or gray or black. Might be the connector itself, we are using UPC type. So APC really indicated by standard must use green color. So this is doesn't matter what brand, we are following this kind of standard. Standardized, we have standardized all this fiber designation in color. So in future, if we still they do some fiber, we have to look into this one as well, the fiber designations. Huh? Right. Okay, so when we talk about this, okay, under the jacket itself, we do have outer jacket, then we have coating, then apart from that we have coating some more, then this is our cladding, then this is our core. It's really tiny. Along together with our hair, something like that. Very tiny. So the only thing that we carry the light, the core. So why we need to get so many layers to prevent from bending and also crack. So let's say for UTP when snap still can jalan, but fiber was snap patah, so we can leave it. Because inside it is a glass. It's a very specific because the light will travel the glass. Nah? Okay. Now for this portion, when we see based on our fiber inspection letter, you can see this one. So technically the middle one is a core. Later on, we'll bring the hands on and show you. Right? Okay, so under this portion, okay, they show you the differences between UPC and APC. For the UPC type, this one is slightly circles, the end face. But for the APC type, this is slightly edges. So yeah, they do have here some cable. Maybe you have a look. Right? So please take up this one. Okay, so you see based on this portion, you get these circles. Meaning this is coming from UPC type. Kalau you see the top edges, and some more different screen, yellow color, that one is a APC type. Yeah? So how is it like we are trying to matching? Okay, then if we are using APC type, then when the fixed laser coming in, it will be bouncing back. So that's why for the installation, normally for APC, we need to connect with the APC, UPC with UPC. We can connect either these two. Any questions? So far, any questions? Engineering display, yes? Ah, okay. Okay, so technically, I'm going to see this. Okay. So, on this design, see from the side, so you can see it looks like this one. See from the side, so you can see the. If when I type APC, you see from the side view, you can see any edges. Sharp. Yeah. APC. This is called APC. Yeah. Oh no, so all yes, only APC. Because nothing more APC. Then for those who have cannot be second times home, if you subscribe time, if not mistaken, the modem supaya APC type. The blue, the cable is yellow, then come up to your modem, they are using APC type. So this is okay. So for the fiber itself, let's say the cable is in short, I would like to connect, yes, you can combine two different cables become as a one. So they do have here what we call it as a coupler. So this one technically looks like a coupler. However, in order to use this one, you cannot connect UPC with APC. APC must be APC, UPC with a UPC. Let's say the worst case you do have APC and UPC. How? So what we suggest you to combine with another cable. So technically it looks like this one. So let's say from this APC, as I mentioned, we can't directly connect to this one. So what we have to do, we have to find out another cable or catch cord, which is from this APC type, this is UPC type, then we combine it in between. Why? Because we like to reduce the loss for the connector itself. Yeah? Right. Why? We show you something like this one. Okay. Show you something like this one. This one I can erase, huh? Yeah. Right. So let's say this is my what we call it a coupler. Right. We are using the normal coupler. Okay. Can you imagine when we plug in this is on our APC? Another one is coming from APC. Right. This is the APC. This is the UPC. So this one we call it the coupler. Okay. Fiber coupler there. So this is how it looks like the coupler. We try to combine two cables become as one. Right. Okay, so for this portion, whenever I try to use with this one, what will happen with our cables might be due to the poor reflections from APC coming, then the reflect will come out. So unable to go through for UPC type. So that's why in order to prevent this, we have to use this kind of method. We have to connect another cables in the between. Yeah? Right. So this portion, whenever we using the correct method, then the test result is slowing down. Okay, now for this one, I got some participants asking me before. Okay, Azlan, so what will happen? I'm trying to use with a direct connector. Is it possible? Now in the market, there is no such hybrid coupler yet. Because this one, as you can see, this is for UPC to UPC. This is APC to APC. So they asking me, Azlan, is there any in market you do have UPC to APC directly connected no at the moment? Which is one side is a blue, one side is a green no at the moment. So in order to pass the test result, we have to combine and put another result. Right? So let me try to Alright, I hope everybody can see right. So from the side view, you'll be able to see this is from UPC, this circle. Then from the APC side, it is. So there's two differences from there. Yeah? Right. Okay, so in terms of multi-mode fiber, okay, so this one, as I mentioned, for the multi-mode, they do have two different wavelengths, 850 and also 1300. How it looks like when the light is traveling into the fiber, they will be going side by side. So can you imagine one side is at 850 and the other side is at 1300. So based on reflection, two wavelengths they will run into the fiber simultaneously. Then based on reflection, we will show you something like this one. So that's why for the fiber, we try to reduce the bending. Why? Because we would like to get the flex level into our fiber very smooth. Yeah? So we try to make it smooth better. Right. So the path itself, what will happen if one of our wavelengths fails? Might be our cable will have some break or bending. So in order to test, we have two wavelengths. Yeah? Right. Then the next one. As I mentioned, even though the cable itself, they do have some limitation because based on application. Let's say our customer or end user itself, they are asking you, okay, now Azlan, I would like to get the OM4. However, in order to get 40 gigs connection, 40 gig bandwidth, so the maximum length around 150 meters. So that's why for OM, normally we are using this one, floor to floor or vertical. This is more suitable. But for example, this link they do have a 3 or 4 building, surround this area, what we can suggest them by using single mode. So more faster, more reliable, and at the same time, they can pull up the bandwidth up to 100 gig. Okay, so that's why for this kind of cables, depends on distance. Yes, is it possible for me to get the 40 gig based on OM2? No. The maximum we are able to get only 10 gig. So that's why for those who are IT consultant, we check the end user first. Okay, how long your building is, then how many gig do you want? If I like to get for the 40 gig internet connection, then we cannot go for OM2. We have to go by OM3 to OM4. Okay, now I go to OM4. Okay, how about the length from the server room? Okay, from server room going to this building, maybe around 100 meters, then still capable to run. If more than that, normally we ask them to use single mode. Right. Okay, so the next one. What will happen if your cable type selection is incorrectly? Right. So for the fiber and copper, the test result totally opposite. Why? For the copper, I believe you already familiar because they do have a lot of test parameters together with graph, return loss, max, and so on. But for the fiber, it's very sweet and simple. They only stated for you based on cable ID, then the cable type you are choosing. This is our, what we call it as details, which is date and time, limit operator, module calibration, and so on. Then, based on this one, this is our test result. Right. Wherever we do for the manual calculation or setting, we have to get on our limits. So later on, I will show you in order how to calculate the limits. Please ensure when we run the test result must be lower than limits. So for example, like this one, the limits here is a 2.14 dB. Then the actual test result is a 1.97. It's below than the limit. Then the result show you as a pass. If limits 2.4, but our loss is 3.1, definitely we fail. Why? Because the actual test result already exceeded the limits. Pretty straightforward. So apart from this portion, we are going to test 850 versus 130. Okay, now in terms of number of splice, adapters, everything, they do have their own PV loss. Because yesterday when we talked about copper UTP, we didn't mention anything about the loss on the connector, 55. But fiber we do have. Each connection they will have what? They will loss. Yeah? Even the cable. First inspect, then check the first value, then what to do next? We can use a scenario, if yes, go for this one, then can run like that already. Right? So right, okay, so for the fiber itself, normally they say when you're coming to the side, we need to leave it the machine on first around 5 minutes because we need to stabilize the laser. So that's why, for example, yesterday when we did for copper, take out machine on and run the test, no issue. But for fiber, we need to wait first at least 5 minutes. Why? We need to stabilize the laser inside. Yeah? Right. So in terms of temperature itself, let's say from the data center environment, something like our room, it's very cold, definitely the temperature will be lower. Then they say I would like to bring it to the outdoor. So when I bring it to the outdoor, the temperature for the outdoor is slightly higher. So we have to wait first until stabilized, then only we can perform the testing. Yeah? Right. So for this one, right, because we try to avoid this negative loss reading and so on. Yeah? Right. So this one, for this function, we just go to only technically for this home speed, as you can see, for this portion, now we have to go later on. I need you to select on this smart remote, right? Later on we go. Okay, so after that, from this portion, we have to use selector. Right, after that they will show you this one. Okay, remember yesterday when we did for copper, after we do the configuration, the next step is just set reference. So for the copper itself, set reference is recommended for every test cycle or beginning of the test. Then the set reference for UTP, it will save you test report. There's no test report, just to synchronize main and remote. But for the fiber wireless, the below down here they mentioned set reference. Set reference, or you can go inside tools. Then under the tools they do have what we call it as a set reference as well. Okay, so the differences between copper and fiber. Whenever we do the set reference for fiber, they will automatically save our test results. Yesterday we do for copper, nothing wrong. They won't ask you to save everything. But for fiber, we have the outcome for our set reference will automatically save into your test result. Yeah? So that's why in order to run for this we call it set reference. Okay, yesterday when we do for copper, we only show you the diagram. Main, remote, permanently, and switch channel data. But for fiber, for those who are not really familiar, for the first time you like to use, I will suggest you go for run wizard. So whenever you go for the run wizard, right, later on inside this tester, they will show you step by step. Okay, first what we have to do is, okay, take up your take up your test reference scope with the encyclopedia. Remember our encyclopedia table we have here two different color code, right? They do have black and also red. This is present hot and cold, right? So we have to connect the coordinate to the main and also the remote. Then after that, press the button next. So for this portion, we ask you to connect from this to the remote, right? So from this portion, especially for fiber signal mode, please avoid coil. So technically now, as you can see on my cable, our cables in coil condition. So we have to take out and straighten it out. Similar with our TP last time. So this one, whenever you take out, right? So straighten out the cables, connect it to main and remote. So for this portion, just press the set reference. So whenever you do the set reference, you can click on the view reference here. Then it will show you the value itself. Right? Okay. So I need you to write down on your notes. Okay. Last, please write down your notes. Okay. This one here, I need you to write down OM2 until OM5. So technically, this one as a guideline, in order to pass or test the report, must be around negative 33.5 dBm to negative 25 dBm. So please write down beside here OM2 until OM5. Then the next one is a OM1. Okay, the last one is a OS. OS1, OS2. So, two above here is a for multi-mode, the below here for single mode. Yeah, I need you to write down. Because the question might be asking you, they will asking you, what is the best view reference for single mode? Here is the answer. So, what is the best reference for multi-mode OM1? Here is the answer. If they are asking you more, not asking OM3, OM4, you're going to this one. Depending who are lucky. Because they're coming from these questions. Right? Okay, so this one, what we have learned, if our set reference is exceeded than the limits given, so technically this is a not indicator, which is our test reference code in the good conditions, or our connector itself, or our port connection itself is not in good condition. So what you do, inspect and clean it up. Yeah? Right. So this one, let's say for this project, going back, right? Okay. So when we press N, they will ask you to take up to unplug from main and also the remote. So for this portion, they will ask you to get the coupler. So later on, we will facilitate the coupler. So this one we call is a fiber coupler. Right? Then the next one, we have to go to the next. Now for this portion, they will ask you to add with test reference code without encyclopedia. So as you can see on your table, under one packet or one set, we will give it to you 4 reference table, 2 with the encyclopedia and then 2 without encyclopedia. Yeah? Right now. Okay, so for this portion, they will ask you to connect the second PLC for each input. Yeah? So after that, what we have to do is, by using our coupler in the middle, this one must be connected together with a main and remote. So when we do this one, then we have to press on TRC verifications. So when you press on TRC verification, if the TRC verification fails, you will come up with a warning. So the loss value for TRC limit exceeded and the limit, consider training and repeating the process. So that's why whenever we do the set reference, if the result out of the range, we suggest you inspect, check. If they do some dirty, you can clean it up. If crack, you can throw away by day one. Yeah? Right. So apart from this one, as you can see on the test results here, they mentioned the recommended limit for multi-mode is just 0.15 dB. However, one of our set reference code here more than that 0.18. So technically for this portion, we will suggest you to clean it up. So once you clean, just go to re-verify, then you can complete the process. Right? Okay, so after you inspect it's clean, you break, then press on the re-verify. Now after we verify, now we confirm this one is slightly better. From 0.18 now becomes 0.03, which is below than recommendations limit. Remember, when we talk about fiber, our test result must be lower than the limits. Yeah? Right. So for this portion, this kind of cable is okay, I need you to highlight here because I don't want to get it confusing. According to TIA and ISO, they allow you multi-mode below than 0.1 dB. Single mode is a 0.2 dB. However, for this, what we call it a test reference code for flow, they give you another 0.05 tolerance. Technically, this one for Certified Pro, the test TRC verification limit for the multi-mode must be below than 0.15. Meanwhile, for the single mode must be below 0.25 dB. I need you to highlight this. Sometimes the question might be tricky. So they are asking you what is the value for ISO and TIA. This is the answer. What is the value TRC verification for fluke test reference code? This is the answer. Sometimes you know yesterday you already experienced the questions. Questions straightforward, answer really tricky, almost similar. So technically maybe they give it to you 0.1, 0.2, 0.5, and that's that it, same question. So you have to choose one. Right? Okay, so this one, I need you to highlight here, the TRC check automatically saved in memory. So yesterday when we do for the copper set reference, there's no result inside. But if you're doing for this OLTS, then we show you test result as well. Right. So in the current market, for those who are involved with the installation for fiber, please do not delete your TRC test result because you need to submit together with the test report to cable manufacturer in order to get the 25 years warranty. Yeah? Right. So remember yesterday when I talked about copper, one time set reference can up to end of the day. But fiber, no. Fiber, they encourage you to do the set reference twice per day. So they say when you reach your site, once you organize the machine, do the set reference, then run the test. Then after that, you are going to go for lunch. Then after coming back, you have to do one more time set reference, then you can proceed with the test. So that's why at least one day, there are two different TRC test results. Then TRC test result must be submitted together with your test result as well. Why? Because this one will come together with a timestamp. So for example, like this one, TRC, this is the year, date, and also time. This is timestamp of TRC. So when we submit to cable supplier, we show, oh, this is the date. 1st May. This one. So they can follow one timestamp. Right? Okay, so for this portions under TRC verification, there is no fast fail. However, the indicator for you is valid. Right? Okay, so this is was failed, this is not done. Okay, so for these portions, they will enable the TRC verification with test result. Okay, so this is the example of the first fail. Why? Because when we run the test for single mode, technically for our single mode is a 0.25. However, the dB loss is a 0.53, definitely fail on TRC. So what you have to do, inspect, clean, and retest. If the same program, check again, maybe you have to clean up the program. Right? Okay. If you are testing, then it will show you with the 0 peak meters, especially on the length. Might be you are using 2 jumper reference. What is the differences between 1 jumper and 2 jumper? 1 jumper, both conditions. 2 jumper, only one condition. So that's why they bypass the first conditions. So that's why we show you the length is a 0. Yeah? Right? Okay, so the next one, after we finish everything on the set reference, what you have to do, just press the next. So they will be asking you to unplug from main and remote. So you have to remove from coupler. So when you remove from the coupler, when you press the button next, when you press the button next, they will show you the black color. This is the cable that we like to test. This is the cable we want to test. Right? So technically this is the cable representing on our environment. Under the tester, we will show you the black link. Actually, this is the cable we want to test. Right? So for this portion, when we finish everything, just press the button hold. Now, for this portion, we can run the test. Okay, so in order to test for fiber, remember, because we are choosing the smart remote, right? We are choosing the smart remote. So that's typically for smart remote, we are testing 2 different core simultaneously. So can you imagine this is our patch panel? Okay, this is our patch panel. Here we do have some port. Okay, here. Okay, now because yesterday when we do a proper one by one is long into this one way, right? So another one. But for fiber, since we are using the smart remote, we can test 2 core at the same time. Meaning point A, point B, so point A, point B, connect to this one. So another side also, we can work. So after we finish one side, we move to this one. So we move to this one. So this is how the fastest way in order to test for fiber. Proper cannot do proper one by one. For fiber, we can test 2 times the speed. So during the process, if you realize the next edit for this portion, suddenly the test result, the dB is getting higher and higher. What we can suggest you is to clean up your interface and also try to clean up your patch panel as well. So by using our 1 click pen, punch in inside, thumb here, then you run the test. So you can see the dB loss of it is lower. Yeah? Right. So for this portion, when you press the button test, then we measure it for you, either 850 and also 1200. So under this portion, we will tell you, okay, length and loss as well. So both in the past, then we test 2 cables, then we will show you length fiber, then we finish this one, we are using ground propagation delay. So we need to use 2 different cables. Then this one compare with the loss we can choose. Then for fiber, there's no marginal pass. Fiber, pass or fail. There's no orange color. Only for UTP, yes, they do have marginal pass. This one test Azlan, I test fiber with orange. You sure no? No, fiber no. Pass or fail. Red or green, that's all. There's no orange. Right. So, for example, this kind of testing, what we have to do, just press the button here. Then when you save this test result, you can give it as well. If you do have a reverse ID, you can swap this for this one. Right? So after that, when we finish, then this one, let's give it a name. After that, please ensure our output is correct. Okay, so why we do have here is a 001A because last time for the phone technologies we are using for fiber, which is this one, same port. Technically, this is the same port, 001, but this is A, this is B. This is 002, this is A, this is B. Why? Because one fiber is a transceive, one fiber is a receive. Last time. But now, the most in the modern way, we are using one core cable bidirectional. It can be receive, it can be transceive. Nowadays, the machines. So Fluke didn't remove this kind of functionality because some of environment they are still using the old technologies. So you can check on this one. So the ID also, that's why you do have 1008 and also 1008. But for the modern technology right now, what we do have here, for example, we do have 24 port. Available for you is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. It's no more longer using this kind of method. Because one cable able to do receive and receive both sides. But this one is split into two. Yeah? Right? Okay, so this one, we say go for these portions. Now, after we finish testing, just press the button save. Okay, so now cable line in this test result. So this one, when we click down here, okay, let's say we choose this one of the cables, when we press this one, 001B, then they will show you test result. Okay, why the result is passed? Why?
The loss.
Because the loss is below than the limits, correct? So technically they say this one, where the limits coming from? Remember, whenever we do the how many splices, how many connections, jumper 1, jumper 2, jumper 3, all pre-configured to be set up into this one, the blade itself. Then when we run the test, we show you the actual cable is at 0.12, which is below the limits. Then in terms of margin, which is 1.16, the limit minus the loss, so you can get the margin, which is this is the gap for you. Just in case something wrong happen in the future, right? You need to add some splicing. Splicing add up another 0.3. So still got the range of these portions. Yeah? Right. So this one, whenever we run the test, we show you 0.5. Length measure is a 62.9. So technically, let's say for this kind of environment, we are setting by using 0.5 dB. Then our fiber is a 3 dB per km. Yeah? Then based on this one, that's why as you can see, we calculate, we can get 1.16. Why? Total loss from connection 0.5 times 2 right now. Yeah? Because it's stated here 0.5 times 2. Then how many splices do we do have here? Nothing. 0. Then in terms of loss from fiber itself, the cable length itself, because we are using 3 dB per km here, right? We have to convert first meters 0.03 times with the length of cable 52.9. So that's why we get 1.6 dB. Yeah? Then this portion, the total we lump sum altogether is 1.6 dB as a dB loss. So the question might be asking you if there is on this. It might be they give you some diagram. So they are asking you how many dB loss. Yeah? Right. Okay. So far, any question regarding on this? Any questions? No one? Are we clear? Okay, so next one is a certificate probe the report issue if the loss more than negative 0.0 dB and failed test. Right. So technically this one caused by using example, might be caused by using example, or not letting your source come up to stabilize. Okay, now for UDP, fiber K1 and fiber K2, we need to test on the dark cable. Dark cables means there's no activation to the internet. End-to-end testing. What will happen if for the port, I'm not sure it's active or not, because I plug in the tester, we give you some beeping, tick, then you have to immediately remove from patch panel. Why? Because if the power is too strong, might be damage your wavelength, your fiber and copper. So that's why they give you the warning to remove the tester immediately from the patch panel. Because right now, obviously, we are testing the cables on the tables only. The one we consider dark cable, which is not connected to any network devices. So, for example, like this one, it failed, we fix later and we test again. Right. So, for this one, right, under the failure, they say what is the fail, what we have to do. Okay, so as you can see, one of cable, the loss is higher than the limit. So we have to maybe have to check again, inspect and run the test. Okay, now for this portion, when we go to the test results, Under test result, here this is our TRC test result, which is the indicator is the I. There's no pass, it's no fail. But in our tester, we will show you the fail one in the above, then the pass will show it below. Right, so for this portion, they say we test on this. After we clean everything, we do some checking, then it will be okay. Just go to the test again to retest the link. So when we retest the link, one of it is pass, then we can say, then we will automatically override the link. So when I know for this link, they say for UDP one right, confirm. What will happen for your fail cable? Are you still keep the data?
Fail cable.
Stick to the data, then they say one fail, then you fix everything, then you will override or split. They say one cable here fail, one right, definitely fail. So under the tester, they show you two sessions of fail pass. Then after that, okay, now cable is failed. However, repair everything, termination, only again, and then run the test. So when you run the test, the result is pass. So are you going to override? Alright, or save difference any?
If the same ID can exist too, right?
No, they will automatically override. They will override.
Because the customer also don't know this is still because we are using the same ID, so
If you're using the same ID, it's override for you. Yeah? Yes, so for this question, step on the button there, save, go to this, again. Right, okay, so you want to save the user ID, press the button yes. Okay, so this one, save fail, this one should be got the same time as the test. So that's why, whenever they ask you for fail cable ID and also the after repair, we will come up for you save why? Because they are same ID number. So when we press override, we will continue. So it's no longer fail result but tested. Yeah? Okay. So for this one, if you look into our test results again, there's no more failed test result. Everything will show you a pass. Right? So this one, yes, if you want to keep your failure, you can upload the right first, then when you get the test. However, this one we don't want. We all want to see is green.
want to see.
We also want to see green one. So the things, green one we delete and we do it. Right? Okay, so the next one, remember, for the MPO camera, you always go for 3 jumper reference. You cannot use 1, 2, 3 jumper. Why? Similar concept, we have to inspect first the MPO filter. Please ensure everything is okay. Then this is our source type of test itself. Then in terms of what we call it is a cleaning kit also, is a totally different from what we got in the training here. It's a bit bigger and it's the size. Then after that, we look for the one, check for exposures. Right, then we do some checking, please ensure the correction is okay. Then after that, okay. Then for this one, pass into the front. Okay, then this one autofocus and the screening. Okay, so I need to highlight here. For example, FI3000 is a compatible with PC and mobile device. So please highlight this one. The question might be asking you. FI3000 fiber detector compatible with PC and mobile device. So for the mobile device, you need to download the apps. FI3000. Then from this portion, able to support itself of Android and also iOS. So I need to write down on the note the connection between FI3000 to the phone. We are using 1-to-1 Wi-Fi hotspot, not Bluetooth. This one, the connection between fiber extension 3000 through your mobile phone, it could be Android or iPhone. The connection is set through Wi-Fi hotspot, 1-to-1 connections. So you see, Azlan, I got Android, I got iPhone also. Is it possible 2 devices connecting to 1 device? No, only one. Jesus. Yeah? Right? So this one already available. In case first result. So technically this one we show you the diagram also in terms of the image for the exam. Alright, you can save this portion. Alright, for this portion. Okay, there's no Wi-Fi, no wireless. Right? Okay, so this one, quickly share test result. So technically for the test result, by using your phone, you can save the PDF or get back, then you can share among your team. So maybe in future, because not customer jaga will do the same face or fiber, so they can using this one to transfer the test result to their supervisor. So fastest way for them as a report. So let's say during the presentation, we got some image, they want to put aside. So they cannot take for a long time to identify what is coming from. Right? We apart from that, we go through one by one. Okay, so for this one, the NPO cable itself, we call it as ABC. Similar, doesn't matter if the single or multiple, we are still following the colorful here. When you see the yellow color, then you know already this is a single. Aqua meaning multiple. Yeah? Right. So in order to run the test for the NPO cables, remember set reference almost the same. Now they are asking you to do the encyclopedia together with the reader encyclopedia. Then you have to combine together with by using the adapters. Then after that, run the test and ensure the lot is similar. Okay. So for jumper 1 and jumper 2, we are sharing the same value for TRC verification. Remember TRC verification 0.15 for multi-mode, 0.25 for single mode. So this TRC verification also apply for jumper 3 under NPO cables. Yeah? Right. So this one is try to set up, this disconnect. Then we are asking you to put the field calibration cord. Normally this one is around 0.3 cm only. Yes, 0.3, so 30 cm only. Then you have to plug in. So for this portion, I need you to highlight here. Sometimes the question might be asking you, similar like I just mentioned. Right, 0.5 and 0.5. Right, after that, what you do is a set reference. Okay, so when you take out for the set reference, they will asking you to use this one. Okay, for under the network system, they are not longer to use patch channel. However, this one we call it as a accept. So for this example, since we like to test on the bare cable, which is my cables on the table. Right? Okay, for example, can you imagine this is my cable. Now you do the productions. And production not install dunking whatsoever. This is the cables only. So in order to run the test, I will suggest you to get this one. This is what we call it as an LC backup. So technically, one side will be split into product difference. So normally for those cables manufactured using for fiber, we are using this one. Right? Okay, remember when we do for the double grids, the first connector and last connector will be excluded from measurement. Yeah? Jumper 1, both. Jumper 2, only one. Jumper 3, no. Both the connections are in this. So after we do this one, we run the test. Then we only measure for this one only. So this portion will be similar with that one jumper. Yeah? Right? Okay, so the next one is testing the system fiber link, which is a single fiber. Okay, so under the test type, this morning as I mentioned, we do have here is a 3 to 4 difference: smart remote, 2-pack, smart and source, and also fiber inspection. So technically this one, as you can see, beside your port, they do have some small square. Technically this one we call it as a VFL, visual port locator. So technically this one we shoot the laser for you to identify. Let's say I plug in into the VFL, but there's no laser come out from this side, meaning my cable break in the middle. Break in the middle. So because the laser come out from here, so break in the middle. Right? So later on, before we do some hands-on, I believe after lunch we will do some hands-on. So from this portion, you can get a clear picture how we are going to use every feature that we will have. Yeah? Right. Okay, so this one will allow you to run the test as well. Okay, only single mode code is active. Okay, so this one, for this loss budget calculation, they will ask you inside the exam. No, they will ask you. Alright, so loss budget calculation. I skip for this part. Because this one, you are more targeting under ER. Alright? Okay, so this one we just go through. For example, like this one Cctt4, I don't need to open up the lecture. Right, so technically for Cctt4 we have to do here as usual. Okay, now in question also might be asking you how many projects can you have for your fiber? How many projects? How many projects can we stop?
100.
100, remember 100.
Actually, it's unlimited. After 100, we stop it after 10 minutes.
So technically this one for copper and fiber, the standard project we can have in our tester around 100 project. So that's why for this one we just go through. They asking you to change the project. Put the new project here. So we just present the name is 64. Let's click the button done. Right. So this question just add the multi-mode. So the test type we have to change, go to the file and source. Okay, so this one under the file type, please select the OSP mode. Okay, for this question, remember go to the test limit. Okay, test limit also we need to change because file type is a single mode. Test limit also single mode. Okay, so under single mode they do have ISP and also OSP. What is the differences between these two? ISP for indoor, OSP for outdoor. So let's say you would like to connect from this link block A to this link block B. Different building. The one relay the cable we are using outdoor. So we have to choose OSP. However, in the same building with a different floor, for example, now we are level 2, right? Level 2 would like to connect with the level 1. Normally we have to use ISP, the indoor type cables. So they are on this cable and test. Yeah? Right. So since we are using for this one cloud and source, I suggest we assume the environment is an outdoor. So we have to select the OSP. Then after that, the connector type, when you press, you can select either SC, ST, SC, or SC. So for this case, we are using SC. Then the next one, please click the button shift. I got one user which is new for the fiber because it's quite familiar with the UTP. Azlan. There's no outlet configuration for UTP. There's no outlet configuration for fiber. Is it I'm missing something? No. Outlet configuration only available for copper only. But for fiber, you can select this one from the type. Right. Then after that, this is the button save. So next position we set the okay, now we can do the set reference. Okay, so in order to do the set reference, as usual, you can go to the run wizard. Okay, I need you to highlight here. Right? Okay, I might be I'll draw it for you because the question might be asking regarding on this. Okay. Can you imagine this is our main unit? We do have here this port 1, 2, and 3. This is SM, input, and also MM. This one because our everybody can see, yeah? Right. So for this question, in terms of testing itself, under input, this one, we able to support APC and also UPC for this input port. But for the output port, this one, whenever the thing is connected to this, must be UPC only. I need you to draw because question might be asking you. So this one analysis
还要放蝴蝶，可能要出更多钱好贵。
The question will be asking you related to this one. This is our main unit lah. This one basically our main unit. Let's see. Now, so the question we are asking you, is it possible for me to use APC and UPC into the input? Yes. Output? No, only one. UPC type. The middle one, input. The left and right, output. You can see now the tester. This one also got input, same output, and then output. The same mode lah. So we would like to test power and source. Our cables already single mode, right? So the things coming for this one, the UPC only. When the things coming from this one, it could be both APC and also UPC. Yeah? Okay. Right? So this one, when you press the button next, they will be asking you the connections are. So this is our supply. For example, my cable from UPC, we are going for the output. Going into the middle one is the input, it could be both UPC to APC. Yeah? Depending on the cable type. So this is our supply. Right? Okay, then after that, we do the reference. Okay, I need you to highlight here whenever we are selecting the text mode for the power exhaust, we are selecting auto certificate pro. I need you to highlight because the question will be giving you this diagram. Now, after I selecting the single fiber testing for power exhaust, which test mode should I pick? So they will go for auto certificate pro. Okay, so next one. This one, 13150 is consistent. It's not right. So here we are going to use auto certificate pro since we have the certificate for source and connect. So that's why in question I will asking you which should I choose? Go for auto certificate pro. Yeah? For this method. Right? Okay. So what will happen? In worst case, I just selecting this one, 1310, meaning they are not checking for you for this value. However, once we pick auto certificate pro, they will check two wavelengths simultaneously, which is including 1310 and also 1550. Yeah? Any question?
If you don't understand what is the difference of E5 Pro and CP5 Pro.
Okay. Now, because auto simplifier pro is another tester for pro.
Oh, not this one.
No, this one.
Good, is different.
Okay, go different. Okay, so technically this one. For example, the auto simplifier pro, the machine itself there's no string, only the light source. Which is we pump in the signals only coming in. Yeah? So since we are using the tier 1 LTS, we go for the auto certificate pro. Remember this is passing up with already. One question passed already. This one also. No, this one, no, this one.
Question will ask why even use the auto certificate.
Why? Okay, number one, because our test configuration based on port and source. Port and source definitely only available in only available in Certified Pro. Auto Certified Pro, they don't have this kind of features. Okay. So after that is we are done. Right? Okay. So this one just disconnect. Now we ask you to disconnect. Then next we have to plug this into your cable itself, which is using the ABC to ABC. Then we have to press the button next again. Now we are asking you to connect. So technically, let's say I would like to test AC ABC, that we use the correct connectors of coupler. Huh? Then after that we do the TRC verifications. Okay, so the TRC verification is also similar, which is from here the recommendation limit is at 0.25. Right? Yeah. Then next one, the page click, and we show you the length itself. Alright, then after that done. Okay, now you are ready to test. After that you press the button next. So you have to disconnect from the source. Press the button next there. Then connect the link that we want to test. So inside tester they will present you with black color, but this is our cable that we want to test. So when we choose the file and source, they only test one core only. Remember, smart remote we testing two core, two cable at the same time. File and source 1 to 1. We cannot do two different cables at the same time. Yeah. Right, so after that go to home, just press the button test. Then for this file and source, they're going to show you pass or fail. So because we have selected this on the base. So this one, certified pro cannot measure length, then we set to for mode. Yeah? So I need you to highlight here. When we choose test type file and source, certified pro cannot measure the length. They only show you loss only. Huh? So that's why here they mention loss, no length. So in order to get for the length, we have to by using the standard marker and right. So to get per second, you should take this one fixed. Right? Okay. So the next one. Single fiber testing. As you can see here, right? They do have whenever we run the test, they must be around two different wavelengths. What we have done, if 1550 loss is higher than 1310, we always suggest this to be band or crack. So you say, remember this morning I told you, fiber single mode we are going front and behind. 1310 and also 1550 going to the fiber. Then when it is going to the fiber, then suddenly the 1550 loss reported too high than this one. Definitely they will suggest you might be band or crack. So let's say I do have BC4 AFL, I can pump in the laser going in. Let's say your server room or your environment is very dark, you can see the laser come out from the skin. Come out from the other jacket. So let's say they do have some bending on these portions. Say do some installations and everything. Right? Okay. So we do have our what we call it is a VC4, the laser one. So from this portion, I tried to pump in the laser. Then I realized this portion. Then we show it appear for this. See the color. And at the end, there's nothing. Meaning the cable spreads on these portions. So that's why for the UTP, for the fiber, we are not recommend you to bend the cable. Why? Because if you bend too much, then the reflections will out from the ray. Because this one is a laser, I mean this is glass inside. So if poor reflections come out, should be like this. So they will report the high loss. So that's why we always encourage you for the fiber single mode, try to make it straight as possible. If they do some bending, they do have some surface level. It cannot be more than 90 degrees, somewhere around this place. To reduce the stress for the cables. Right? Okay, so this one also I need you to highlight. Technically, for this CFP also, I need to tell you normally in the statement questions. CFP can be used as a pure calculator to measure the amount of the light is coming from fiber. It's true or false? Depends on questions, right? So the next one, this can be used, for example, when testing on an electric device to see if there is interesting thing to confirm the light is coming from the fiber. Okay, let's say I do have one fiber. I'm not sure either this cable is active or not. So what I can do is, I can bring my own main unit. So this one I have to go for the features, what we call is a power meter. So I assume this one, if they are not, just plug in. If they do have reading on the meter, meaning the cable is active. If there's no reading, meaning the cable is inactive. Why? Because we cannot see with our eyes, otherwise it's damaged. So this one is from inside. Yeah? Right. Then the next one I need to highlight here. Okay, tools dB and dBm operate. Is that dBm is that absolute power? dB will always measure the loss. Then under this power meter mode, depends on this one. So let's say I plug in for this. Let's go for the dBm. We will show you based on power dBm. Then this is represented on the loss. dBm we always measure in negative value. I need to highlight it. What type of question is this one? Huh? Right, any questions for this? Okay, this one question we do the review number 3 before we go in for lunch. Then after that we coming back to do some hands-on. Then we go for the ODR. Yeah? Right. Okay, so question number 1. What is the maximum PRC check verification for multi-mode? This one you answer. I just want to check. Right. Otherwise we cannot go for lunch. 0.25 dB, correct or not?
Correct. I see from this one.
No lah, brother.
The recommended.
He asking verification. Read carefully. Is it he asking you single or multi-mode?
Oh, okay.
For the multi-mode is at 0.15 dB. Then the next question, what is the maximum TRC check verification value for single mode? This one is correct. 0.25 dB. Yeah? So the next one, how does the 55 measure length? Few questions only. So this one, round trip communication using two fiber. Then next one, name the type of name the two types of custom test limit you can create. Remember this one, I mentioned you only have two. Fixed and language, correct. So this one normally we asking you in multiple answer. Yesterday I saw some of you actually the correct one. This one. Antique that one. Actually correct already, this three answer confirm. And suddenly antique one. I don't want to mention she or he. Definitely antique. Right? Okay, so the next one, if the loss at 1550 is higher than 1301, what does it suggest?
Bad or crack.
Bad or crack? Okay. And then the next one, what we have done is the loss of the negative 0.1 dB. So this one you get a warning and the Developer Pro failed the test. Okay, for those who write down, please write down. For those who like take a photo, please answer. Right, done ready? Done? Okay. So the next one after lunch, we coming back. Then before we start with our tier 2 ODR. Okay. Okay. So for final ODR, the questions that we begin. Later on, I need to take up some piece of paper because I would like to draw the graph. Why? Because for the final ODR, they do have a lot of graph. Then they say you like to flip pages by pages, time consuming. So what I suggest before my class as well, take up the piece of paper. So when we go through, okay, I need you to draw this one, giving the name. So for example, later on piece of paper, okay, when we talk about this topic, okay, so let's say this is spice. I need you to write down spice. If they do some bending, so I need you to write down bending. Why? Save your time rather than you flip the books.
Yes.
Because OTBR they do have a lot of graph. They are more directed on graph, how to reach graph. So rather than you flip the books, why not come up with this one? The fastest way for you. Huh? Right? Okay, so please go for lunch. Then we come back around 1:50, something like that. Then after that we do some hands-on on OLTS. Then after that we go proceed with ODR. Right? Okay, so one more thing. This schedule belongs to who? You left yesterday here. So that's why, hey, how come is this not a schedule one? Right, okay. So now what I need you to do is, okay, from your home screen, right? Please select the middle one with the cable inside. Okay, so now I believe, okay, from the home screen, the project is a Cctt 3. Then the test setup there is mentioned is a multi-mode, correct?
Yes.
So multi-mode with our test unit also with a custom with a one jumper.
Smart remote, right? Smart remote. Multi-mode 50.
Yeah, okay. Let's use the one. Okay.
Bi-direction.
Okay. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, now what I need to do is, okay, please go to the button set reference. There's no in the next one. Go for the set reference. Okay. Now I need you to do the set reference and testing. So technically on your table we do have here is a test reference code, right? They do have here is a one set, which is they have two with the encyclopedia and then another two without encyclopedia. So for the time being, since you already open up your main unit, I need you to run on run wizard. So when you run wizards, then please follow the step accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so I need to uncoil this cable, but please do not throw away the wire here. Okay. Alright, I need to untangle this one. Yeah, so please press on the run wizard. This one. Okay. Run wizard. Okay, please follow the steps given from the tester. Okay, run wizard, right? Okay, so you have to follow accordingly. Sequence, everything. So I need you to uncoil the cable first. So uncoil the cable, this one. This one you have to take out. So loose it, make it loose. So please remove the cable first. Loose. So once you already connected, Okay. So please follow step given.
可以吗？
可以的，可以的。
OK。Deliberation 要放这是这个。你可以拿给他。
开得好。
Okay, so please follow the step. Once you already connected main and remote, please press the button next. Okay. So please, after the next one, you have to be careful. Please unplug. Please follow. See first, right now.
Okay, next.
So you have to connect by using without and second plug. So follow the step. Never mind, no need to rush. Take your time.
OK, next 了，这个是叫 set reference 好了。
没有，你拿你的 connect 不是？两条这人 connect 不是？
那你要说
上中间的一个铲，一铲。
这是一个对，它已经点掉了。你因为躲在哪里？这里。
在 next 先看到它。
OK。然后两个接在一起。借那个借这里。等一下，我们给他们更紧，他们接不到。这两粒哇，这个是
Alright, so please follow accordingly.
你先插先，
Now you are getting confused.
然后再下一个 next，
set reference。
给好。Bro， 你射吗？
Please carefully. Please check first.
我这个的
You guys connected already? Set reference.
没有，你要掉到这里。
No, so miss you connected to the wrong part. This one, the remote side.
你好了。
Yeah, the red should be there. It's okay.
经过的动作。哎，也要插。OK。你按你。等下，老师讲，你们觉得是谁？来看我那个人。OK。然后好还是不好 ？OK OK，
Alright, then here's the calculation.
赶快起来。啊，要拔掉保护。
So, what's the value manual?
0.1
Is it below the limits or?
0.8 0.8 yeah.
Okay, so technically this one is a pass because the both below that 0.15.
Okay.
Maximum if single mode is a 0.25. Right. Okay, so since this one is done, what I need to do is go to the next. Okay, so this is okay. Class, listen here. So after you do the set reference, right? Then up to the end, they asking you to connect the links. Right, so this is the simulator. I believe this table is about 3, there is about 3. So I need you to connect these two. So for this portion, when you press next on this button, it will show you the black link covered. That one's the cable. So this is, can you imagine this is the fiber cable they would like to test. So they have two sides there. I need you to test 2, 3, and then 3 and 4. 2, 3, 3 and 4. Because one is a 4 MPO. 2, 3, 3 and 4. 2 times, 2 different set of test result.
Oh, 2 first, 2, 3.
Yeah, first 2, 3.
Means that 2 go to 6, then 3 go to 7.
Yeah, because this one, in order to test, right, as you can see, 2 incoming from main, another 2 is coming from remote side.
How to remove this one?
This one, how to remove? Okay, this one, just unplug here. Okay.
Oh, just speed.
Okay, so these 2 are coming from main, going to
So like this one.
Yeah.
This one cross or cannot.
Never mind, this one.
Try it, huh? 没有 encycle 的，你 encycle 在哪里？你 encycle。
So sir, after set reference is next, right?
Yes, next. Okay, they will ask you to unplug everything, alright? Which one you have to remove, please be careful.
Okay, so input will have to be removed.
Yes.
Okay, how to remove?
Just jump here, okay.
Just remove.
Yeah, okay, correct. Then we ask you to connect the others.
And then one kabut and press again next.
Yes,
Oh, connect
correct.
first.
Next.
And then, okay, connect the second TRC to
Yes,
each of
that one
them.
without the TRC.
Oh, so this one,
Yeah, put side.
put aside, exit. Oh, cái này này cũng. Cái có gì nhiều.
Okay, so technically this one.
两边都要换的。
Right. So you can see
我们有个打叉的，老师要很快干嘛？
our so technically our limit is 116, then our test result is 0.44, which is below than the limit the game will be passed.
你不好意思，打了乱。
Is the 130 because different limit.
可以了。
哇！
红黑色的借去
Okay. So technically, for example, like this one, okay, you have to click OK. So from this portion, they tell you this one is a more than 0.15. So this one, what you have to do, right? Okay.
看水是假冰啊。
Okay, you have to make some loose first. Alright. Okay. Now try to verify.
我刚才讲话已经有点不用，只要看出来，甚至。
Okay. Now, since this one is a higher, what can we do is, where is your cleaning kit?
I will send to sini.
Hey, God, this one is
Oh, okay, đó sẽ cho chị. Hey, so, sir. So this one, so now after done, collect the file.
Yep. So how about your value? Is it connected already done already?
Not yet. So
Not yet. Okay, so connect with this one by using the coupler.
oh, use coupler.
Use coupler first. Okay. So this one, alright. This one up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this one. Alright. So what we do is
Nah, 你唱不稳。
put it back.
你呀，别上，但是你啦，再多一次，可以了。
难怪会 feel 啦，但是不是 feel，中间有一个是 best feel，然后 feel 了一个，我觉得是这 feel。
Re-verify.
为什么你这样啊？他叫我们换位了。
Okay, so this one. Now, clean on this one as well. Okay, so this one side, that one also. Later.
好了。
Okay, so this one, TRC.
Yeah.
好解决问题。
Okay. One minute.
开我等于4分。 好，对不起。哦，对不起。只要低吧的。
Okay, so this is okay. Right, okay, now for these questions, I'm going to go with the. Okay, so for this question, I need you to follow my test setup. Okay, so please click on your smart remote on the project there. Okay, below project, they got one click there. Below project Cctt, they do have one right. Project, below project, got the test setup. Okay, so from the test setup, I need you to create new test. Okay, this one go for auto or TDR. Okay, so for this question, I need you to set on the launch compensation.
Launch compensation on ah.
Yeah, on. Okay, so this one, please check the wavelength. Wavelength is correct? Yeah, because we are testing on remote, right?
Is that correct?
Okay, so please select on the fiber type. Okay.
Single mode.
Oh no,
OM3.
Okay, fiber type. Okay, go to more. Go to generate. And then from this one you can select OM4.
Multiple 50.
Yes. Right? Okay, so for this portion under test limit, click, go to more. So for this portion, go to PIA. So for this one, I need you to choose the first link. First line. The E. Yeah, okay. Done. Now press the button save. Okay. Use selected. Okay, so everything is going back to your home screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now for this portion, below the results button, they do have setcom.
Yeah.
Okay, please press on the setcom. Right, so for this portion, they do have here is a launch only, launch plus tail, then launch plus fiber plus tail, and so last one is a manual entry. So we would like to do two activities here. Okay, activity number one, we have to choose launch only. Okay, so when we like to use the launch only, I need you to get one of your launch cable connecting with your main unit, then press set. See what will happen.
Whichever.
Yeah, whichever, yes. Please check first your connector. Which one is a single mode, which one is a multi-mode? Please check which one is a single mode, which one is a multi-mode.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so slot in.
Unset.
One side only, one side only set.
One side yeah.
Which one?
That side only set. SM.
This one is a MM.
MM ah.
MM.
ไม่ต้องเช่าอะไรมาไม่ต้องเช่า
Correct, MM อ่ะ
โอเค
Okay.
ไม่ใช่เดี๋ยวไม่เปลี่ยนต้อง
Alright.
ใช้แรงเป็นคน
Okay, so the one then we click save.
แซ่
So the schedule is okay. Right? So connect everything first, only you set. Now everything going back, which is something that we call as a, we cannot say it's a set reference. Set reference we need remote. But this one only main unit. Okay, so what we do is a set combination. Now, based on this one, I need you to plug it into your simulator box. Plug into your simulator box. So for this portion, since we are using for launch only, it doesn't require to put another launch at the behind. So I need you to take it from one of your launch, slot it into this simulator, then run the test.
Any.
Yeah, yeah, you can go through 1 by 1, 2, 3, and 4, so no problem.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, that's.
Ui, trách nhiệm nhé. Negative 56.19.
Okay.
Fast 就是 OK 了。
Phải lên lên thảo sự kiện. Ni 50位啊？快呀！没啦。所以只要80好。
Yes. So we start 2, 3, and 4.
我们的 fit 的174分到。对啊，我们用 fit 上。等一下啦，等一下啦。他改了，没有帮我做。
Okay. Right. Okay, fix later. Yes. Okay, so once you finish everything, right, done everything, port number 2, 3, and 4. Okay, once you finish everything, I need you to go to home. Okay, now press 2 button results. Okay, so we go with the ID 006. Depends on you lah. Which ID number? Yes, already lah. That's set already. Okay, go to the results. No. Save.
No save then you can save.
Okay. Let's save.
Save. Okay. Go back to home. Okay, go to results. Okay, they will list down for you and pass and fail. Okay, so we go through by the pass first. Okay, so for this portion, when you click, they will show you on the even map the pass. Then I need you to go on the trace. Please have a look at the trace. Okay, so based on the tracing itself, after the last connection, the graph will be slightly lower. So it's quite difficult for you to identify either this is the best back in what we call is a back reflectors, or due to the ghost. It's quite difficult for us to see because starting from the last it will be dropped. Okay, go to the graph.
Where's the graph?
Got a brother there.
Trace.
Okay. So after the second connection, they will start to drop. So it's quite difficult to identify is it a good reflectant or the poor reflectant. Even though our test result is passed. Yeah. So next one. Based on this portion, you can create or you can click based on the event. Then it will show you by what we call it as by portions. So for example, you click, it will show you okay now. For the loss for this kind of cable, we have to certain levels. Then after that, I need you to go back, right? Go to the failed test result. Okay, as you can see on the even map. Yeah. Okay. So for this one, we were telling you loss at the cable, which is 0.77 dB. With the poor reflector is a negative 69. Okay, so when you try to go to the trace, what will happen? So you can see suddenly the graph will be declined. So the graph will be declined. This is not maybe this is bad spacing. Because you can see like this one. Don't need to zoom. You zoom definitely lah. Okay, so there is bad spacing. Now for this portion, I need you to go back to home. Okay. So the next step, I need you to go for the set composition. Set composition. Okay, I need you to choose launch plus tail. Okay, so in order to use launch plus tail, you are required for second launch. Then on your table, we do have here is a coupler. Connect first and then do the set.
This one is to
Yeah, you have to remove. Go for the coupler.
Yes. You are correct.
So directly connect right.
Directly connect from this one, similar with your diagram you pasted.
Yes.
So this one use this one together with this. Follow the diagram. Okay, done? Right?
Launch until
Okay. Save.
没有，你先走好了。
我装好了。
你要怎么解得好？
记得好了。
眼睛
啊，
来，
我就知道。 你2个接的好了。好啊。你看啊，哎，你有没有声音哦？可以。还带一下。
Okay, alright. So for this question, in order to run the test large plus scale, I need you to test port 2, 3, and 4, which is from this side we have to remove then attach end to another end, which is from port 2 and 6, 3 and 7, 4 and 8. So because we are using large plus scale. Yeah. So how about your tail? Plug in already. Launch plus tail. Launch plus tail meaning the front we put launch, paper that we test, then tail behind.
这是 launch。哦。
然后这 table
这是 tail。
Yes, correct.
这里是 tail 啦，这里是它 launch 嘛，然后来往对方出门 tail 咯，然后这边是边啊，应该明白的。诶，为什么我没去？什么？放掉出来先，放掉出来先。哦。这个线，我们是 launch 咯，launch 完手咯，发起来了。然后这个是 tail。哎，这也可以。
没有错了，这个接这边这边的结果，然后一个头空了，没错。
这个丢 open end 好 open end 好，我需要插这个黑色的。就这样。OK。这是它的长乖。不要玩。你准备是很棒哟。但是还是为什么是 open end 啊？我也因为你打整个里面它的限定会有。
Okay. So technically, they say in future you would like to run test for both connections. You will not encourage to use large plus tail because you will measure together for training sessions today, right? So please bear in mind. Okay, number 1. We go to starting from OLTS. Okay, I need you to remember regarding on the fiber designations. Remember, it's auto jackets and everything. Right? Then in terms of connector itself, we do have UPC, we do have APC. Right? Then after that, please remember, do not see the fiber directly into your eyes. You can damage your eyes as well. Then remember, in order to run for our testing, I will asking you to do some inspections. Remember, they always have 4 different limits: single mode, multi-mode, SM26, SM-25, 4. Right? So OLTS, we do have 4 different test types. OLTS, we do have here is a smart remote. Remember? 2 core at the same time. We got the look back, we got the plug and source and fiber inspector. Yeah? Okay, so the plug and source they want only for APC single mode. Yeah? Remember the connector with the green color? That one is a more on APC. Then apart from that, once we finish everything, we would like to do some what we call it as a set reference. Before we do set reference, number 1, you need to identify your cable type. Is it single mode or is it multi-mode? Then, for the single mode itself, what is the wavelength? 1310, 1550. Then for the multi-mode, we do have 2 wavelengths, 850 and also 1310. Yeah. Then, in terms of this one, once we are already selecting our cable type, then we go for a test limit. Below the test limit, then they do have jumper. We got the 3 different jumper: 1 jumper, 2 jumper, and 3 jumper. Normally, we are using 1 jumper. Why? Because we would like to measurement for first connection, cable, and last connection. Yeah. Meanwhile, if you are using the 2 jumper, they only measure 1 connection only. Then for the 3 jumper we are using for MPO cable means the connection excluded from measurement. Yeah, then they want purposely for MPO. Yeah. Okay, so after we finish everything, we run the test. Before that, remember we have to do the set reference for LTS. Tier 1 set reference. When we run the test, we do have a TRC check verification. Remember, TRC verification. According to TRC verification of the flow, single mode is a 0.25, multi-mode is a 0.15. Must be lower than that, only you can pass. However, for the NC, TIA and SO, they are using for multi-mode is a 0.1, single mode is a 0.2. Look, giving you some tolerance for that loss. Then, please remember regarding on our calibration, the only thing that we need to calibrate is the modules only. Doesn't matter tier 1 or tier 2, OLTS, OTDR, modules only. Main doesn't require any calibrations. Remote also doesn't require any calibrations. Yeah? Right? Okay. Then in terms of what we call it is remember this morning I just mentioned standard connector, standard loss, reference with the standard cable, reference with reference. There are 3 types there. So I need to remember for that. Okay. Then for the question that one is then doing testing, they come up with test result. Okay, so for the calculation, if they do have, remember this morning when we do the calculation, which is they mentioned, okay, now for the splicing itself is a 0.5 times 2. Cable length you have to convert first from kilometers to meters. Yeah, technically now by standard is a 3 dB per km to convert. Then you have to check is there any splices or not. If they do have, we have to add up. So all these 3 elements has been done. Total sum is the limit loss. Please ensure your loss must be lower than the limit. Then the test result will show as a pass. If higher than limit, definitely will fail. Yeah? Right. Okay, so what will happen? During the testing or during the set reference, the result will show you loss reading. What we can do is inspect, clean, and test. So you have to follow the flow chart. Yeah? Right. So, any questions regarding OLTS for the recap? No one? Right? Okay, now for the OTDR. Okay, so for the OTDR itself, as you're aware, we do have a standard threshold is a 0.1 dB. So remember again, for the outer manual OTDR, we do have 5 test parameter, range, what is bar, apa lagi? Threshold and we got 5 parameters. Average time, and so on. Yeah, so there are 5 there. Right? Okay, so in order to test for OTDR, what we want for the port connectivity must be in green. Yellow, red, they want below 1. Then this port connectivity will be stated in the report. Then this one we are able to disable for BYPC management. Yeah? Right. Then for the testing OTDR, remember whenever they give you some scenario, they will give some diagram. So you need to do some what we call it the mix and match, like going before. For example, this is for the bending, first connection, last connection, and so on. You have to select correctly. Remember about our graph. The graph that we draw. Alright? So they got names, so we have to be careful on these portions. Yeah? Okay. Then apart from that, what else? In terms of launch cable, okay, so for OLTS we call it as a set reference, but for OTDR we call it as a set conversations. So set conversation they are 4 types: launch only, launch plus state, launch plus cargo plus state, and the last one is a manual entry. Yeah, so manual entry definitely for APC type only. Yeah, right. So I would like to highlight again for recap here. regarding on the power meter itself. Power meter only available for OLTS. Remember, you got the BM, BB, the tools, right? Then in terms of checking for that portion, let's say I do have a OLTS module part and source, input and output, right? Input, what type of connector able to go in? The input. You do have APC and also UPC. But for the output connector, only UPC. Don't get confused. Because on your tester, you have 3 different ports. The middle one, the left and right. The middle one, we call it as input. The one would be APC and UPC. The left side is the single mode. The one must be UPC. Yeah? Right, anything else? Okay, so for the thinkware PC, might be they asking you again, in terms of dimensions, which is they do have here is a USB memory stick, USB cord, then the right plug, and also the last one is a network of configured. Same as before. But for this kind of what Link Wildlife, normally they are asking you regarding what we can do by using this one. Number one, we can create the LEDs, we can create the project, then we can print out the report and so on. So that one is number one. Right, remember, tier 1 is a must for cabling warranty. However, for tier 2, that one depends on contract. Yeah, got it? Right, anything else? Did I miss out? Good? Alright. So if there's no question, I believe you guys got ready. Yes. So please open up your exam portal. Right? I would like to remind you again, please disable all those pop-up notifications, your Telegram, WhatsApp, whatsoever. Once you open up your browser, please close unnecessary tab of browsers. Just open on one only. Right? So as usual, you will check your system. If all everything is okay, you may start the exam. Now, already 5:10. Passing mark is at 70 over 25. Good luck. Everything is good? Okay, so technically in order to run the test for DDR, there's no window at the behind. So what we can do is we are using this sort of method. So let's say I would like to use some what we call it is a bidirectional. Maybe you have to swap your main position from the front going to behind. So the tester we can do is that average for you. Okay, so as you can see, based on the test result, we will show you pass. Both will be passed. However, based on tracing, it's quite difficult for us to identify either based on the launch only able to detect on the condition for the connecting itself. Alright, so we will do the review number this one first. The DDR result analysis. Right? So if you have any questions, you can ask me as well. Okay. So what may happen if we are doing with the different core size? What will happen? Let's say I'm specing M1 until M5. What will happen to our test result? So technically, they do have a lot of pre-reflection for this. Then we will show you test result will be failed. Yeah. So similar with the test we were using back spacing. Then we state to you the loss and also length. Where is it so easy for us? Yeah. Okay. So what will happen if you are connecting with different core size? Number one, definitely because 62.5 always go to chips. Number two, technically they have some levels on the wavelength itself. Yeah. So if you are testing from the small core going to bigger core, what will happen? Might be they will show you the path. But since we are using together with the lunch, might be the test result sometime for this portion cannot be reliable. Sometimes they be fast, sometimes they be fail because of the biggest going to smaller. So that's why in order to run the test, you are encouraged to ensure the launch cable together with the fiber that you run the test under the same core size. Yeah? Okay, so let's say what will happen. In the previous two cases, we have also received a warning. So negative loss because it's a gainer you can found. So for those who are testing the snow about the fail, maybe it will show you negative loss event to be found. But for this one, you only trigger when the things is a negative 0.2 dB. So what we can suggest from this portion to clean and inspect. Yang macam tadi kalau kita buat kan, fail. Then what we have to do is clean first or inspect. Now if clean also cannot, then take up your fiber inspector, plug in, try to see is there any crack or damage. Yeah? Right, so this one, as I mentioned, only 1550 nm is clear. Technically, this one, as you know, it could be bending or cracked. Yeah. So, for example, like this one, from the LPS, if 1550 nm is forward, then 1310, it could be bent or cracked. Right? Okay, so this one mismatch in the fiber. So technically, because of two different for size, I need you to draw on your notes. So for example, this kind of image or system of graph, technically because of mismatch. Why? Because we are splicing with a different for size. Okay, so the next one, we will look at 7. Okay, so technically this one, the question is number 1. Connecting NOM2 fiber to a fiber without escape. So generate or negative loss at the locations where the NOM2 meets with the NM1. So that's why we not encourage you to use splicing or to run the test with a different pore size. Right? So the applications only require 1310 nm. Why test at 1550 nm? Yeah? So technically to detect crack or bend in the fiber. Next one. The splice is showing a negative loss. What should we do? So this one is a measure in another direction and take as an average. Okay, so the next one, a connection with is negative 0.1.2 dB with a reflected of 33 dB. What should you consider doing? This one, please inspect the end case for damage occurred. Then the measurement should be greater than negative 5. So let's say for the fiber, something wrong happened, we suggest you to inspect and clean. It's totally different from copper. Copper damage. You cannot do anything with it. There is no point in cleaning up. Okay, so the next one, the FM connection has loss of 0.12 dB with a reflected of negative 40 dB. What should you consider doing? So this one is a 90, this is really the expectation. Have you got copies yet? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, done. And 6人，现在讲比较好。上面摆的好，现在是 6。
还好。
一个月我读了3次节课。20多年了，是我们3个怎么？啊。没有。没有，我今天29号，我29卡9。我是8卡的，知道吗？8卡的。
Okay, so this is the last chapter in my life class. Okay, after we go to the last chapter, then later later on you have to get our group photo. Yeah. Then you like to take the group photo first or we finish this one first? Finish this one first, huh? Right. Then later on during the photo before that, I will have to pass the certificate of attendance. This one based on the registered only. Unregistered, I'm able to get it. This is coming from Fluke. Sorry, it's coming from the roadback. Okay. So later on, I will be together with what we call it some of but this one. Safety vest normally high demand because of customer they are looking for project whatsoever. Rather than giving a name, so we are giving this one. So certified professional. Last time. So this one we come up with this one.
This time give double.
Okay, Azlan will give double.
I think we got 30 to Azlan.
So later on we pass it to you. Okay? Because a lot of customers are cabin installer, so they are going to sign recommendation they have to use this safety vest. So easiest. Right. Okay? So any questions regarding on TDR before we move to Lean Life Club? Okay, so please bear in mind the Lean Life Club actually is a cloud base. So the system is a come together with Wednesday. Okay, so what will happen if you are using for this one? Right? Okay, so under this scope, which is for example, this Lean Life Club, what we can do here is connecting the machine to the live. We can create the project, then we can download the new project, and at the same time be able to upload test result and reviewing. Okay, now for this thing, may I know how many people from you able to access your cloud? How many of you? Yes, even like you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
5. Side
Five. So all your tester, 3 testers combined into one.
I think 2 only. I didn't accept.
Okay, because as I mentioned, in order to transfer the result, we have 2 ways. Yesterday we covered regarding on the UIBC management, and this afternoon we are going through with the embedded cloud. So, for example, basically they do have 3 different sets of tester. They can combine all these 3 assets become into one account. So for the one account, you can invite others as well. So you can invite them as a fully admin or just normal user. If fully admin, when you send out the invitation, they will receive in their email, so they can create their own username and password. So when you create by your own username and password, everybody can access the same portal. Because I do have some customers, they do have 2 or 3 sets. However, they do have different projects. For example, they are doing for TM. Some of them doing for TMB, they split into 2 cloud. They are not merging into one. So this one also depends on you. Right. So technically under this one, top 8 problem, which is for example, wrong copper limits, incorrect tables ID, consolidating result, setting copper features, iterating on the DR, wrong estimates, negative loss, and troubleshooting. Okay, normally the ones who are going to the outside to run the test is like technician. Sometimes technician don't know what type of cable that we run the test. So normally we refer back to our supervisor or project manager. So they only knows, okay, now for this kind of testing, we need to configure. Rather than you're doing by your own tester, you can create by using ULI. So you can create everything, then you can send it out the information. However, the main the main unit must be connected to internet. It could be from wire or Wi-Fi. Yeah. So business set for Wi-Fi or not? For Wi-Fi. For Wi-Fi.
Always use Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi then.
Wi-Fi. So you have to use wire now. Connecting for Wi-Fi. Okay. Now Wi-Fi also can. Then okay. Then we send out. Right. Okay, so technically under this one, how it looks like. For example, I do have two different sets. Since this is only one live, cloud-based. So in order to access, just open up in our browser, your browser there, go to the link, log in by using a password. So from this portion, I am able to access using one live. So for technicians on the side, they are able to send out the information or test result going to cloud as well. Yeah, so they have both ways. For PC, can send it to tester. For tester itself, can configure to PC as well. Right? Okay. So remember, yesterday when we do some hands-on bahagian operator, we put the names. However, for the email address, we give it blank first. But for those who are really familiar or have access to the Ring-Light Cloud, we suggest you to leave it your email as well. Why? Because this is the fastest track for you to access the Ring-Light. Once you get the internet connection, Wi-Fi, then just click the button done, then will automatically go through. Right? Okay, now the process is, for example, I would like to create a new user, add user together with email address. Now for these portions, they do have the connecting network. What you can do from tools, go to the network, then it will show you all this information. Right? So this one, they will appear wired and Wi-Fi. But for those who have first generation DSX 5000, they only have wired. However, for the certain cases such as Google Data Center and Amazon Data Center, they won't allow you to bring the DSX with Wi-Fi. So that's why for certain customer, what we can offer, we do have here is a non-Wi-Fi version. So you can read into the Google Data Center to run the test. Okay. So for these portions, whenever we are using by Wi-Fi, I will show you what I want: IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and also DNS. And below here is the Wi-Fi network, which is the SSID that we are connecting together with interoperability, channel, and also signal. Yeah. Okay, so from this portion, one to create everything, sign in, accept, and do nothing more. So from this portion, sign in, accept, then access. Yeah. So this portion will only use one. Okay, some people are asking me, Azlan, is it how about the storage? So at the moment from cloud-based is unlimited because our cloud only to send out the test report. We cannot send out our photo or video. So that's why they are giving to you enough space to store your data. Yeah? Right. So from these portions, you can click, then you can transfer out from the tester going to your cloud. Yeah? Alright. So this one, some of customers they are still hesitate to use this one. They are scared. If during the transfer what we happen, if suddenly the line is disconnected, what will happen to my test result? So don't worry, the test result will be maintained as the nothing complete. So let's say in the middle way you transfer up to 50%, suddenly disconnected. Then don't worry, you won't lose it. All the test result is still your tester. Yeah? Right. So this is how it's done when we open up browser. You have to go for this username and password. Sign in. Then let's say in future visiting another tester, just go to the enable asset. For this portion, by default is off. Then let's say we already end up with everything. Then it will show you this one. For example, my main unit together with the serial number, which project I'm running, when the last use, and at the same time we will show you the location. However, the location based on the last connectivity from mains to your Wi-Fi. Otherwise, you will stick to the previous one. Yeah. Okay, so for whistling, may I know you're tested in the plan 1 or plan 2? Sometimes you do so let's say in the middle, then suddenly engineering going back to maybe then bring together with the tester. So let's say she connected to the internet, you can click, hey, how come this one ring injury? So when they click this one, just check. Right, okay, so for this portion, understand without, right, okay, you can create the project app, you can create the ID, then we can send it to cloud, then we can import from the tester as well. So yesterday, this one, whenever we run, you can create the project, log into your account, so create new project. So may I know for this thing, normally project cables everything done by cloud, do in tester. Tester,
We try to do before too much.
Better proceed with the tester like just click done. So no need to go for Wi-Fi and so on. For this one, you can click proceed the link as well. So for this project, start defining your project, giving the project name, right? Info status, company information, right? Touchdown. Then for this one, the media itself, you can next skip later. Okay, after the test has been done. Okay, now for this portion, similar with the tester. For example, our media is a photo. What type of cable you want to run test? Then what is the configuration name? Is it we are testing inclusive pair? Then for this one is a test limit, similar with our tester. So let's say obviously we got branches in your home, new plant. You also don't know how to set up. So from Pinang, you can do the configurations everything for them in your to use. So just one shot, run the test, right? Okay, so the features that we do have in the ThinkWell similar with the tester. Technically, we do have the HTTPS, HTTR, outlet configuration, stopper data, and repeat analysis. Okay, so for this portion, apart from that, we also able to click for TDR. Then for this one, the cable ID, we can export cable ID as well, right? So remember, for cable ID set, we can make it around 20 different set. So from list number 1, we can do by tester, give nice plug, and also through the device management. Right? Okay, so this one the sequence number. Okay, so this is the ID, this import. Then actually for this one, we can export into the Excel, then go into the NetDoc and remove. Right? Okay, so let's say for this kind of testing, based on this one, we can export this one as well. Right? And we can send up to cloud. Okay, so download and upload test result. I need you to highlight here. Question might be asking you, instrument must be connected to internet. The question might be asking you, is it possible to use to link up with a ThinkWell without internet? No, it must be connected to internet. Right? So internet they have two options, either to Wi-Fi or to wire. Not Bluetooth, Bluetooth cannot, they don't have it. So either this only. Right? Then after that, go to the sync project for this one. ThinkWell connections, then we upload everything. Then we can use this one to PC as well. Then for this test result can be created by cables ID. Then the script key. Right? So let's say I would like to review project and the ThinkWell live. Right? For this portion, you can see okay how many percent has been tested. So this is the review test result. For example, for this portion, only 2 cables is passed and another 2 is untested yet. So we have to go into this one and run the test. Okay, so for this one, we will go through as well. All these test parameters together with our limits. Then, based on this one, we is taken here, is our equipment. Then, on the post margin measurement as well. Okay, sorry. This one. All these test parameters is stated in your ThinkWell. Right. So, the next one, we will be number 8. The last one, okay. Okay, so what can ThinkWell do? This one you can create project, import cables ID, asset tracking, store and retrieving results. Then how can Versif connect to Linkware Live? Either wired or wireless. So they say under multiple answer, you have to select. There's no Bluetooth now. Only wired and wireless. Because I saw other people, even though people say Bluetooth, they pick also Bluetooth. Right. So can Linkware Live and Linkware PC be used together? Yes. Both also is available.
This one asks how many projects in the website?
Unlimited.
Unlimited. How much space?
Because you have to set up, then it's a storage.
Until that, how long can you install this one?
Yeah.
7 years. How long can you install this one?
So far for Linkware, no lah. I think because the Fluke product, the lifespan around 80 years. Because the DSS already in the market since 2013 until now. DSS 8000 is already in the market back in the 2018 until now. So lifespan for Fluke around 60 to 80 years. So your set is what you buy? When you buy? No.
15 or
3 to 4 years ago lah.
8, 7, 9 years, 10 years ago.
So another views lah.
Can you 2买的我真的还没买。I用的 CD 买的。I用，
Right, so this one that I have in your slide, I would like to give some knowledge. Okay, so I hope for yesterday and today we were able to learn something. That's what technically before this you might not know about this fiber. Then by today we are doing the training and also hands-on. Now you can get the idea. So they say in future basically we have to invest to look for the fiber. You already get the knowledge and you know how to run the test. Yeah. So
estimate cost for this topic is how much?
70? 70. 70. Ringgit. China.
USD is how much? 70,000. Okay.
我说4点多，反正。
So based on this one, the summary, then you able to set up your ESX, where test and also ODR. Then test by using the ESX series, setting all the Pro and also the ODR. Then troubleshoot Poco and Fiberlink as well. So later on in the future, Azlan, I don't know how to just me lah. Then the most important thing is that you download the result into Linkware PC for warranty applications. So there are 2 ways to be your warranty answer. Right. So I hope the outcome from our training for 2 days will give you something for you to use in future. At the same time, we also sharing the information technically from the listening to the flukes and also to the listening. At least you know, if something wrong happens, how we are going to troubleshoot. Because we have a lot of more coverage projects, especially on hybrid. Not many cable manufacturers do for the hybrid at the moment. Only you can send it into the software. Right. So before we end the conversation, I need you to help me to do some survey. So this one provide feedback. Okay, this is my name. This is our Azlan ID. Yesterday we are using C because copper. Now it's the fiber. Then technically this is our group ID. So after this one, what we did, we take some group photo.
Bro. 说明。今天多几天了，还有几家？哦。我给安静。大家都在色，教。不记得颜色。
希望我发现。
今天打的，
他们不知道音质，我看本身是有个厉害。你拿放进去。有问题了。你刚讲有加放有。哦，那个，你去我都只拿了一个 Cctt，
我们现在可以是提前的吗？对。
Right, everybody done? One? We are done.
我的那个 number 很低嘛。
How many questions they asking?
Not much, but just ready.
Oh yeah.
The right thing you say nice to me.
我在另外一边，然后我要走去另外那边找。
不能按的哦，因为我的按钮有在上面写过。
垃圾尾巴。
我那天错了。
真的，真的。
他们送我
这个真的是越来越突然。他踢过啦，应该晚了。
没有的 set 的。
哪边的这个？
哪有
他是像你可以调入其他的
好的，那你录掉它一个。
可以，那个标就标它。
但它有一个好处就是它的权限的哦，你按它自动换那个移过去那个语言。
Okay, we take break first.
Okay.
Right, around 5 to 10 minutes. Then after that, we coming back. Then we take a group photo because I would like to give you all the kit and also the certs. Then we take a group photo. Then after that, we do some recap. Then you may take the exam. So you want to do exam here or? Yeah. So exam is at 5. So similar question, similar concept. So before start any exam, I need you to disable everything. Later on we continue.